Welcome to the 2026 NHL Draft. Ron Mont, RNJ Media, Chris Ransom of Draft Utopia, and we have you covered. The journey for 32 of the 223 players picked this weekend begins tonight. It begins tonight in this arena in Buffalo, where the NHL Combine was, minutes away from the Buffalo Bills' brand new stadium that has been completed. So
I tell you what, man, I am like super excited. Thank you very much for having me on. Thank you all for being out there and tuning in. Look, last year we were on for the draft. We were live for the draft. This year we're going to be on live for the draft. Thank you all very much. By the way, hop on over to draftutopia.com. Get over to the NHL Draft Simulator and get yourself following along, okay?
You can pick your favorite players. You can always do a redraft if you don't like the team player your team picked. You can always do a redraft anytime you want. And we will be starting the 2027 class on July 13th, the day after the MLB Draft. Won't have the draft order finalized, but I'll start adding prospects so that it's less tedious, because I know adding so many prospects last minute kept me from doing other things I wanted to do with the site, and I just think it's smarter to get ahead of the curve rather than play catch-up.
Yeah, all day long, all day long. So make sure you're going on over to draftutopia.com, get yourself signed up, get yourself onto that draft simulator, and also follow along what we're doing here. We'll be talking about each of the picks that come along. We'll give you a little breakdown of each of the players and how we think it's going to be a good fit or not. And we're just going to have a little bit of fun. And by the way, if you have any questions, please feel free to shoot them out there, man. We'd love to get some of your questions and things of that nature. So be sure to do that, man. Thank you all very much for hopping on. Can't wait to get started. We're just now kind of getting rolling with the draft is now just getting started. Guys are sitting down and things like that. So I have a feeling here probably by the next the end of this commercial break here, we're probably going to get Toronto on the clock.
Buzz Lightyear is calling Woody about the rights for Jason Robertson. That's a joke.
I like that. Are you a Toy Story fan?
I mean, I had a poster of the first one when I was a kid. I don't watch the newer ones now, but yeah, the first few were good. Like, the first three were good. I haven't watched the last two. I've heard they're not as good.
I actually watched the fourth one the other day.
Okay.
Right, and that one was actually pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend, like, if you've already watched the other three, I'd recommend watching 4. That one was pretty good.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate
it. Woody calling up for the rights. I tell you what, man, I was really shocked at the number of trades that happened since the Stanley Cup final, or since the Stanley Cup has been awarded.
Yeah.
It has been like pretty much full blazing go ever since then. And it just seems like teams are jockeying for position, for players. They're making trades to make their teams better. I mean, we had the Kachuk trade. You know what I mean? We had all kinds of teams making moves. So, I mean, this has kind of been very fluid until we get to today. I think we might still see some moves tonight. Even for the first round, I think we might see.
I think the last Stanley Cup where Gary Bettman was cheered was Dallas-Buffalo. And the Sabre fans, they didn't boo Gary Bettman in 1999, so they have to boo him now. They didn't boo him in 99 when the Stars won the Cup in this arena, so they have to boo him now. And I didn't see very many boos in the Carolina-Vegas game, to be honest. It was about as loud as the Dallas-Buffalo game.
I know, right?
Where they were all cheering for Bettman. That's basically how loud the crowd was for cheering for Carolina and Bettman. But here, the boos are back. It's good that the boos are back. And, yeah, I cannot wait to get started.
So they got Buffalo Bills, Dion Dawkins up here.
The Bills left tackle, Dion Dawkins. And who's the other guy?
Buffalo Sabres forward, Josh Doan.
That was the guy the Coyotes drafted and traded to Buffalo
in the
Kentucky trade last year.
So here we go. We're getting the pomp and circumstance here for the first probably 10 or 15 minutes, and then
I respect them wanting to get a local celebrity like Dion Dawkins, but couldn't you put him in Sabres gear? The cowboy hat, the green scarf, it looks like he's representing the Stars instead of the Sabres.
like you can at least get him some Sabres gear or something.
It's like, if he wants to dress like that and Bettman's cool with it, I don't care, but it's like, it doesn't look like he's actually representing the city of Buffalo, and that's the only...
Well, they even got a Sabres player up there who's not even wearing a Sabres jersey.
Yeah.
Like, all right, they're not even picking first.
They're picking fourth. They would be picking 27th if they hadn't made those 2 trades.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Look out for Buffalo this coming year, man. They're putting it together, man. They are finally putting it together.
Yeah, Lindy Ruff's always liked him as a coach. Would have been cool to see him win one last year, but I just felt like Montreal, the 2 goalies they had, I felt like they were just a more complete team, but I wasn't confident in betting on the rookie goalies. I had Buffalo in the conference finals, and yeah, I just didn't have enough confidence to bet on the rookie goalies. I'm not going to make that mistake again or bad choice again, but yeah, either way, when is the draft going to start?
Well, we're 11 minutes in so far, and we haven't even gotten Toronto on the clock yet. So, like I said, there's no way that they're making picks right at 7 o'clock.
Gary Bettman should just say, Toronto will be on the clock once Brian Burke cruises off Niagara Falls. He should just say that in Buffalo for the hell of it.
There you go, right? That would work. All right, come on, guys. Let's go here. Oh, he's getting a hug from the football player. Oh, isn't that special?
Yep.
All right.
Are they... It looked like they were singing something, but it's just an outro. I can't unmute my TV. I only unmuted for a second to hear the booing of Gary Bettman, but if I unmute my TV for too long, I might get hit with a copyright strike. That's why I pretty much have to watch the TV and mute.
Yeah, I have mine on mute as well, too, because, frankly, I don't really want to hear what he has to say. Right, I don't really care. Like, can you just get to the picks already? Oh, now they're bringing out...
You know, if they really wanted to be jerks, they would just do the lottery at the draft, and then they'd make you wait another 30 minutes for the draft to start.
See, they do that so they can get a separate event, right? So they can promote a whole separate event just for the draft lottery. Well, they brought out all these guys from the Golden Knights. What are you all doing?
Yeah, but the teams picking at 1 and 2 wouldn't really have very much time to decide who they wanted. That's the drawback to having the lottery at the draft. But everybody knows who the top 2 prospects are in most NHL draft classes. That's the thing.
Well, actually, I would go with top 10.
Yeah.
I would say most teams have at least a top 10 group of players on their board. Up, Toronto on the clock.
Finally,
it's 7:14.
Finally, I can load the picks here. We'll wait until the picks become official.
I mean, this is going to be quick. He's already leaning down on the phone. I mean, how long do they really need?
I mean, this is basically what they said was they were going to end this right at 10. So the NBA draft started about 8:15. They made you wait 8 minutes. The NHL did the same thing. They made you wait 7 minutes. So I already have the McKenna grade typed. Are All right, so I'm already typing McKenna's name in. I was going to wait, but since he's already on the phone with Toronto and we already know how this is going to go down.
Like, really? Really?
Like, they're already
they did give him 3 minutes. They do have 3 minutes. Right? But
yeah, if this was the NFL draft, they could make him wait, but it's the NHL draft. I didn't know teams had 3 minutes to pick, so that's another adjustment I will make to the NHL.
Yeah, because I believe last year they had, I think they had a little bit longer last year.
Yeah, I think they usually have 300 seconds, but
this is just a foregone conclusion. I mean, we're just sitting here waiting for them to actually get done with all their garbage. Let's go already. Make it official. Come on. And I'm going to tell you something, right? Okay. I think he's going to play next year for them, too.
I agree.
Unless they send him down to the... But see, they can't because he's not of age yet. So he has to play on the team because he's too young yet to go down to the AHL.
I don't think you can go to the AHL until you're 19.
Right, that's what I mean. He's too young. He's not going to be able to go. He's going to have to play on the team.
I think they're going to play him on Toronto. But
Yeah.
Gavin McKenna, Gavin McKenna is 18, but he doesn't turn 19 until December. So if they don't want to bring him up to the NHL and just have him play in the AHL, they have to let him start out at Penn State, and it would just be weird to sign him mid-season.
That's what I mean, right? So I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to just play right away.
Yep.
When was the last time Toronto had the number 1 overall pick?
10 years ago, they had Austin Matthews, 2016.
There you go. This is going to be another one of those special, one-of-a-kind, generational type play. I mean,
Justin Bieber's going to announce the first pick. It's Gavin McKenna, but Justin Bieber's going to announce Gavin McKenna.
Well, okay. Just get to it already. Jeez Louise, man. Like, do you really care what Justin Bieber has to say?
No, I was just hoping he'd announce the pick with the Toronto. He just said, I'm really ecstatic right now. It's like, we get it. You're happy.
You know, this is the thing, right? Hockey folks like us, right? Very dedicated hockey people that are down with this. But seriously, can we just get to the pick already? We don't need all this garbage.
I get it. They had celebrities last year. This year, though, it's just crazy.
So they've had their pick now for 2 minutes. And we still...
They did this last year, but they got the right celebrities. They got Adam Sandler for the Bruins, Charles Barkley for the Sixers. They got good celebrities.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin McKenna, left wing from Penn State, is the number 1 overall pick for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, McKenna got to play a season at Penn State. He started off a little bit slow, but had a really good season at the end. He was paired up with Aiden Fink and the Russian on his line, and that really opened things up for him. The fact that he was still able to put up 51 points in only 35 games, I think that speaks volumes for what this guy's going to be able to do. I don't necessarily agree that he's a generational player, but I think he is the consensus best player on this board right now. To be honest with you, but I personally feel that Toronto will be playing him in the lineup this year coming up because he's already played at Penn State. and he's going to be 19 after December. So I don't know. I think he's still going to be too young to go down to the AHL.
Yeah, and I think they're going to just send him up to the NHL because that's what they've done with number one picks historically. I mean, Owen Power was the exception to that rule in 2021. I think he went back to Michigan and he came up after.
He did.
But outside of Owen Power, most of the other number one picks have gone straight to the NHL.
Exactly. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll click on Gavin McKenna on the simulator. I'm just waiting for San Jose to be on the clock because if they're going to give each team exactly 3 minutes, I want to wait until San Jose's 3 minutes start to click on McKenna. But yeah, McKenna is the number one pick.
There you go. I think, that's a no-brainer. It really is kind of a no-brainer for them. You know what I mean? Now, are we going to see a Swede go number 2?
I'm thinking Stenberg is going to go number 2, but again, Austin Matthews.
Or will we see maybe a defenseman come off the board?
Austin Matthews is welcoming Gavin McKenna. Just put San Jose on the clock, NHL. I mean, jeez.
At this rate, right, we going to be done at like 12.
Yeah.
Right? If they do it like this for every single pick.
They're not going to do it like this for every single pick. They're only going to do it like this for the top 10 picks, and then they're going to have like 1 or 2 celebrities in the 11 through 16 range and maybe 1 or 2 celebrities in the back end.
So just to give you a little bit of background here on Gavin McKenna, just because I just so happen to be in the same state where he played for this past season, there was a bit of a kerfuffle with Gavin McKenna at an outing, a social outing.
Some imbecile basically said some disrespectful things about his mom, and he stood up for his mother.
Exactly. However, unfortunately, his mom is now facing some issues of underage drinking and or providing alcohol to underage folks.
Yeah.
So, but he was absolutely cleared of any of those. There was no charges brought against him. Those charges were dropped against Gavin McKenna. However, unfortunately, I don't think the charges against his mom are going to be dropped.
Well, Auto Draft gives Gavin McKenna to Toronto, and San Jose's on the clock. Even though the NHL is not going to put San Jose on the clock, they're on the clock. And I didn't put a pause button in my simulator. So, yeah, basically...
Good stuff, man. Hop on over there to draftutopia.com and get on that draft simulator, folks. Not only can you do the NHL draft...
The link to all my simulators is in the description, so you'll get that. If you go you check the links in the description for the video, I believe it's there.
Yeah, man.
For tonight's video, I believe it's there.
For sure, man. And if you don't like who your team picks, hey, man, you can pick who you want, right? And you don't have to do the NHL.
All the links are in the simulator. Even the links to the NBA draft, the NFL draft, all the links to the simulators are in the description below on our YouTube channel.
You can do all the other leagues too. NFL, NBA, right? Hop on over there.
Next month, WNBA, MLS, all of them. And the 2027 group, that is coming July 13th. I'll have to adjust the draft order accordingly, but we'll start adding players. We'll probably try to add 2 players a day, maybe more, to all those, so I could do more articles and have less on my plate. But yeah, okay. So now we're gonna share this tab here because I do expect San Jose to go with Ivar Stenberg, but if they're delaying San Jose 3 minutes,
they brought Shafes out. They brought Shafes out to interview McKenna.
Yep, it's Sportsnet. Sportsnet's coverage of the NHL draft is so much better than ESPN because I'll watch the reruns of the NHL draft on Sportsnet on NHL Network because when NHL Network re-airs the first round of the draft, they'll have the ESPN version and they'll have the Sportsnet version. And the Sportsnet version with Sam Constantino and the celebrity, and now you have Schaefer with Sportsnet interviewing McKenna. It's just it's a much better product.
Well, the sad thing is though now, right? Sportsnet is not doing the hockey night in Canada now for the first time in what, 75 years?
I'm wondering if Matthew Schaefer's going to announce the Islanders pick, because he announced the Erie Otters pick at the OHL draft.
Right?
Players ever announced their junior hockey league team's draft pick and their NHL team's draft pick within the same year.
Maybe
So
he yeah,
that would be a first for
cool.
Matthew Schaefer. And
Right?
I'm willing to bet I bet they do bring him up to announce the pick.
I bet they do too. Yeah. I bet they do.
He already announced the Erie Otters first round pick at the OHL draft.
Right, that was really classy too that they brought him out there to do that. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be Stenberg, but yeah, finally, ESPN finally putting San Jose on the clock. Obviously, the Sharks. I'm going to reload this simulator here and make sure it's Gavin McKenna, just so that people understand the Sharks are on a time limit, and I can always reload it if a trade happens. It's just update the trade, but yeah.
The trade that the Sharks did to get Eklund, I think, is exactly why they're probably more than likely going to pick Stenberg.
I agree. They are going to pick Stenberg. I've already got a Stenberg write-up on draft. I've got him two on the simulator. I'm expecting Stenberg to be the pick.
But I'll be honest
I'm making an effort not to leak the picks. I'm making an actual effort not to leak the picks, okay?
Okay. Good on you, right? But
yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I really think that San Jose should pick another defenseman instead of another winger.
They're probably going to take a defenseman at 9. I think Jackson Rudolph, if he's there at 9, that's who they're going to pick. But,
okay. That's right. I forgot they have the 9th pick too. All right. All right. Did you see some of the moves that were happening the last couple of days? Holy moly.
Yeah, teams are overpaying for talent.
You think? Although I will say this, I think the Capitals have done some really good things. I like
what the Capitals did for Kyrou. I thought that was a win-win deal for both the Blues and Kyrou. And the
right? And then bringing in Tuck, right?
Yep.
So I think that's going to be enough to get Mr. Ovechkin to put his moniker on a dotted line for another contract.
Yep.
Because they're preparing for the worst case scenario if he doesn't re-sign. And then he was basically the one that said, hey, we got to do some improvements to this team if you guys think you're going to have me back here for another year. And I think with the trades that they made, I think that should be enough to get him to sign.
Yep.
Because Tuck can kind of play that power play spot where Ovechkin doesn't have to be out there for the full 2 minutes.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely.
So, all right. Now we get a little talk from the desk. And the pick is in. Here we go. San Jose. The pick is in.
I hope Gary Bettman just announces the pick and does not bring another guest up. But for the top 3 picks, I'm expecting a guest. And then for other teams in the top 10, if it's a good team or if it's a team with a big personality, like the Sabres will probably have a guest at 4 too.
Oh, I'm pretty much anticipating there being a guest at every single one of these. Yeah. There's going to be a guest for every single one of these picks, man. There's not going to be that's just the way it's going to be.
The San Jose PWHL last year was a WWE wrestler. This year it's a San Jose PWHL hockey player. And I'm expecting it to be Stenberg.
Here we go. Say it.
Maybe it's just me, but the guests last year were just much better and much more entertaining.
Yeah, baby, Stenberg. There you go. Yvonne Stenberg.
I could tell she was going to say Stenberg just based on how she was moving her lips, like lip reading. Like
yeah.
But yes, Ivor Stenberg is number 2. I will add that to the news. Well, yeah. Frölunda.
43 games in the SHL, 11 goals, 22 assists for 33 points, right? He's a left winger or a right winger. He is 18. He's 6 foot, 181 pounds, okay? He's got some world junior golds and silvers, some Hlinka Cup golds and silvers.
I do not have the Frölunda HC logo, so I just use the old Frölunda Indians logo because I think they used to be the Frölunda Indians, but they changed it to be more progressive, not necessarily to offend anyone, but yeah, that's the only logo of Frölunda I have.
Yeah, right.
So you got to make do with it.
Got to make do, right? Incredibly gifted offensive creator, has elite skill, matching offensive sense, robust two-way game, future top-line NHL winger, potential as soon as next season. That comes from elite prospects with their scouting reports.
I think the only 2 players we might see next season are these 2 guys that just got picked, McKenna and Stenberg.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going to college or going back to juniors for a year.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the other thing too. I think too. You're going to see most of these guys going back to either their college team or their junior team. You might even see Stenberg go back to, but I mean, you know, or he might go to their AHL team, or oh no, he's 18, so let's see when.
Yeah. You'll see these guys go on their NHL teams. And I think we'll see the Sabres are probably the only team in this top 10 that probably will make the playoffs next year. So
okay.
They whoever they draft it for between Chase Reed, Tynan Lawrence, Caleb Malhotra, whoever they pick it for, that player could be up for the 2027 Stanley Cup playoffs after their freshman season. I don't know if I could say that about any of these other teams in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. So now that puts Vancouver on the clock. Are we going to see the father-son reunion? Or do you think they're going to go with defenseman Chase Reed or maybe even a Keaton Verhoff or...
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what's going to happen here.
They need everything.
They really do. Ivor Stenberg goes number 2, so really no changes here. I do have the oops. I wasn't trying to leak the pick. That was not my intention, but yeah. I do have Malhotra up, but I'll change that if we get some intel. It's going to be Chase Reed, but I think it's going to be Malhotra.
You really think he's going to get his son?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow. Wouldn't it be a shocker to see, like, Tynan Lawrence go?
It would, but I think they're going to go Malhotra.
Yeah.
And there's the Sedin brothers. They're in the war room with the... Honestly, they should be running things. I think it just... The dynamic. I don't know if they actually appointed a GM, but I would just let the Sedin brothers run things, since the Vancouver Canucks were at their peak when they were running things.
I mean, aren't they like part of the leadership group up there, and like aren't they're part of like the advisory group or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you see that the Penguins sale was approved to the Hoffman Foundation for $1.79 billion? That's up almost double from what it was sold for $900 million just a scant 3-4 years ago. And they want to bring back Lemieux. They want to bring back Mario Lemieux as part of the, because that's kind of how that whole thing was. He basically saved the team and put up his own money to fund the team for the first couple years he was there. And then I believe they sold the team so that they could pay him the money that they owed him, because I think they owed him like $120 million.
Yep.
Right. So, all right, here we go. Looks like we're gonna get the next guest to come out and introduce the Vancouver, maybe. Ah! Oh, nice! Oh, the famous Canuck.
Kobe Smulders from How I Met Your Mother, and she's in the Marvel movies as well.
Yeah.
I should have expected this. I should have anticipated this, but yeah.
Malhotra! He took his son!
I knew it. I knew that was going to happen because of the family background.
Brantford Bulldogs and Boston University, Kayla Malhotra. 6'2", 185 pounds, 18 years old. I did not like
the Sabres pick because I thought there was a possibility that the Sabres could go Bjork or Lawrence, and with them trading for Owen Zellweger earlier today, they traded 45, the second-round pick they got from Chicago.
Yeah.
So I figured that was going to be that's why I'm just kind of curious as to what's going to happen here, but Malhotra is officially the third pick in the draft.
Yeah, man.
Am I going to leak the pick? No, I'm going to wait for Buffalo to go on the clock.
Yeah, wait for Buffalo to go on the clock. 67 games for the OHL Brantford Bulldogs, 29 goals, 55 assists for 84 points. And here's the good thing, a plus 33, right?
Yeah.
Also played in 15 playoff games, 13 goals, 13 assists, 26 points, a plus 10. I mean, seriously, he's committed to Boston University for next year.
4 points. Yeah. And him and Tynan Lawrence are going to be competing for that first line center job.
Well, either way, I think that those two on the same team, are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're going to be a problem. Them and North Dakota, I would say, are the two favorites for next year. North Dakota.
You think? Well, not only that, but I think Boston will be able to
got Landon DuPont coming in. Michigan's going to have Landon DuPont coming in. So
Michigan's going to be good. Michigan State's going to be good.
Penn State, if McKenna comes back, will be good. But if he doesn't, I think they take a step back. They'll still be like a tournament team. Like they'll still make the round of 16. But I don't see them making that run to.
I don't either for Penn State. I'm just not seeing it for this year. Even though they still have Jackson Smith there and everything else like that. And they've got Alex Karmanoff is going to be there next year. You know what I mean? So maybe not this year for Penn State.
So Caleb Malhotra gets a library. He gets his own study. He gets a library. He gets a library background for the Vancouver Canucks. He gets a library. So
right. There you go. Good deal. That's pretty cool little background there too, man. I like it.
That is one of the better backdrops.
Right. I mean,
and they probably had that plan. They probably knew who the top 3 picks were. They probably knew early. I think we've known since yesterday who the top 3 picks would be. So they probably wanted to set up a backdrop for those or whatever they were going to do for those 3 picks.
Okay. I mean, we'll see because
I think Dion Dawkins is announcing the Sabres pick at 4.
Yeah.
That is just very obvious, very textbook.
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah.
This is going to be a good player, man. I know he's going to be
their lines, their centers. Everyone's saying, oh, Vancouver's centers aren't great. Just wait until this guy and Coots get on Vancouver. They're going to have a really good 1-4 punch at center. Elias Peterson, Marco Rossi. You're going to have this guy pushing Rossi for not top 6 minutes as a top 9 player. And if Peterson continues to struggle, it's possible Malhotra's the line 1 guy at a certain point. And then you got Coots, last year's first round pick. So that's going to be your 4 centers. That's a really good quadro of centers to have.
See, that's the other thing too. It's
a lot of people are saying, oh, Vancouver's going to suck. They're going to be multi-year rebuild. They're going to be a rebuild until Malhotra and Coots arrive. But once those two arrive, they're not going to have – they're going to be back. They're going to be steady at center again. It's just going to come down to getting the wingers and defensemen before Thatcher Demko's prime expires.
Yeah. Huh. Well, there you have it, folks.
All right, so Vancouver, Caleb Malhotra, Stenberg, and McKenna. So those are the first 3 picks officially.
Right.
Stenberg,
that officially puts
Buffalo
the chicken wing capital of the world on the clock.
And I do not have a leak pick for Buffalo. So yeah, I will. I'll type in C Malhotra in this ticker right here.
While they're doing a comparison, his dad was picked 7th overall in the 1998 draft by the Rangers, and his son was picked 3rd overall in the 2026 by the Canucks. Okay.
And yeah, I don't think Manny Malhotra was on the Rangers during Gretzky's final season in 98-99, year I began watching hockey.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because that was his first year, and at that time, those guys, most of the time, those guys didn't even. They were probably back at juniors.
Yeah. And the Sabres, they're on the clock.
So we got 4 picks. We're at the 4th pick here, and we're almost a quarter of 8. And we've only done 4 picks.
We've done.
Like I said, man, we're going to be here till 12 o'clock.
No, I think they're going to speed this up at a certain point. Remember, after Charles Barkley and Adam Sandler announced the Flyers and Bruins picks last year, they began speeding it up. The top 3 picks I expected to be delayed, but...
That's true. They did kind of speed things up after we got past, like, the first 10 players or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because after the top 10, I think Nikki Glazer was the only guest that made a pick in the top 16 for the Blues last year.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go.
But I'm expecting Dion Dawkins to announce the pick.
Who do we think's going to fly here on this one? Do we like? Is this a Chase Reed?
I have Chase Reed to Buffalo in the mock draft, but I could see a center here.
Could we see the Tynan Lawrence go here?
Dion Dawkins is announcing the pick.
Or are we going to see?
Is it going to be Vigo, Bjork, Tynan Lawrence, or is it going to be Chase Reed? I think it's going to be one of those 3, but I'm a little uncertain as to which one it'll be.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't leaked the pick yet. I was thinking the other player on the Sabres would announce pick 20 and Dawkins would announce pick 4. So they're going to have another guest come out and announce the pick.
Boy, that...
Is that Thurman Thomas, the former Bills running back?
Looks like it. It is. It is Thurman Thomas. Yep, they took him. Daxon Rudolph, 4th overall pick.
Wow.
Daxon Rudolph. Woo!
Not upset, but am surprised because I had him as the 5th defenseman coming off the board.
Wow. Yeah, baby. See, everybody was sleeping on this young man. I'm going to tell you a little something, okay? I had a chance to talk to Daxon Rudolph personally on the Prospect Watch show. This kid is the real deal. 6'3", 205 pounds, right-hand shot defenseman. Come on, okay? Playing for University of Denver, coming up this next season, right? Committed to that. Played for the Prince Albert Raiders with the A on his sweater. 28 goals, 50 assists, for 78
He
points.
was the first pick in the 2023 Western Hockey League draft, the draft that featured Ryan Lynn and Keaton Verahoff, by the way.
I think he is one of the best defensemen on the board, and plus 32. Okay? That is amazing. He also played in 19 playoff games, 9 goals, 18 assists, 27 points, plus 9. Okay? Look, I'm telling you right now, this kid is going to come out and play for Buffalo next year. Cut and dry. He is a prototypical offensive defenseman. He's good on the defense. He's good at the blue line. He's capable of using his size to his advantage. Okay? And he's got some speed. He can skate. Wow.
Yeah, Buffalo. This is a surprise, but I don't dislike the pick. I actually think it's a great selection for Buffalo.
Yeah. Once again, Prospect Watch is out there talking to first-round draft picks, 4th overall draft picks with Dax and Rudolph. Last year we spoke to Matt Schaefer. So, I mean, I'll tell you what. I think that they are getting a seriously good player here, okay? This is going to massively help them out. You think that they made some good trades to get Eklund for Buffalo. Now you're going to put this kid on the blue line, and oh, honey, you're going to have it going on up here in Buffalo. I love this pick, man. This is awesome. Awesome.
Yep. Just finalizing the write-up.
He's committed to University of Denver for next year.
Yes.
Right? So he may play there. I don't know.
I think he's going to play at Denver, and then he's going to come up to Buffalo for the playoffs. A lot
for the playoffs, yeah, probably that's how it's going to be.
A lot like Porter Martone did this past season. That's probably what I think will happen.
Yep. Because in that way he'll get.
Cale Makar did the same thing. He did not play with Colorado until the 2019 Stanley Cup playoffs.
Which was after his college season, right?
He played 2 years at UMass because Heiskanen played 1 more year in Finland after he got drafted, and Cale Makar went to UMass for 2 years.
Yeah.
After he got drafted, and then he was the I don't know what grade to give this.
Man.
I think you could argue it's as low as a B, as high as an A+. I really don't know what grade to give this. I don't dislike the pick either. I think it's a great pick. So
I would give it an A.
All right.
I would just give it an A, not an A- or an A+ or anything like that. I would give it an A because they clearly did their due diligence.
Yeah.
They clearly did their research on this young man because, look, they had many other defensemen ranked much higher than him, Verhoff being one of them, right? Chase Reed, the other one, right? You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I think this is a really good pick for them. I think this is going to go really well for Buffalo. Really like this pick. Here we go now.
The Prospect Watch alum Dax and Rudolph, and now the New York Rangers are on the clock.
There you go, right? Now, with what's going on up there in Rangerland, I haven't really seen much of what anybody's trying to say, think, or do.
I've heard it was Chase Reed if he's there. I've also heard Carson Carells, and I heard Dax and Rudolph. Those were the 3 guys the Rangers were looking at.
Well, then, if that's the case, then I think we're going to see Chase Reed going to the Rangers.
Because I think the Rangers were kind of surprised Rudolph went off the board at 4.
Yeah.
Their top 2 guys were Reed and Carells, and Rudolph was the 3rd guy they were considering. So I think this threw a wrench in their draft plans, but a wrench in a good way. It's not like
right.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that for sure because that's what I mean. Those were the defensemen, and even Verhoff rated higher. Even Albert Smith's rated higher. You know, he might be another surprise one too. That one might go too. Right, you might see Albert Smith's go unless they take Chase Reed or Carson Carells.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to list OHL or WHL. I only get like 1,000 characters to work with for the draft picks. So I'm not sure if I should or shouldn't list those.
Yeah, I wouldn't list out the leagues.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough, since we do have limited characters.
That's what I mean. Yeah, if you have limited characters, I would just because look, if you really need to look up where the Prince George Cougars
we
are
got
playing,
that information on the mock draft and the simulator, Ron. So I don't feel like it's necessary.
Right there, you go. All right, 40 seconds left. I mean, we're now at pick 5, and we're 50 minutes in.
I have a feeling they're going to have someone on the Knicks announce this pick since the Knicks just won the NBA Finals.
You think maybe?
I'm guessing that's the guest we're going to have for number 5 is a player on the New York Knicks.
I think we are.
I could be wrong on that. They could go in another direction, but I just think with the Madison Square Garden Sports Group owning Madison Square Garden Sports Group owning both the Knicks and the Rangers, it just makes logistical sense for a Knicks player to announce number 5.
Right. Not to mention the fact that they're in New York. So, I mean, they're in Buffalo, but that's still New York.
Yeah. I think the NHL really wanted to get Josh Allen to Buffalo, but he just became a father this year, and I think
Albert Smits, I called it. I called it.
Awesome. I'm surprised, but yeah, that's a really great pick too. That's not something I anticipated, but again, I like the fact that we're opening this draft with 2 surprise picks.
Yeah, man, from the Liga. Right? 6'3", 209. He's already got the body. Right? Seriously. Okay. Really like this player. Russ Cohen was really high on this guy. He moved Albert Smits up in his ranking list.
This Kraken had him at 3rd on their big board behind the top 2 players in this year's draft. Mikkel and Jukurit in Liga, the league once known as SM Liga. But yeah, Mikkel and Jukurit played in Liga, and yeah, this is the same place where Kostas Helenius played back in 2024, if you remember.
Yeah, man.
Helenius.
Yeah, man.
Same exact team that he played for.
He's not exactly a lighted up offensively, but he's high mobility, hyper aggressive, physical guy. That's what you need. Right, top 4 NHLer, potentially playing next season. Inside the top 5.
Drury wanted someone who's NHL ready now, and
yes,
the guys going off to college probably won't be NHL ready. With Smits, there's an outside chance he's ready.
I think he is. He's got a good shot. You know what I mean? And he plays really physical at the blue line. He's the consummate defenseman. Okay, he's gonna stand you up. He's going to make you fight through in that transition game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Russ Cohen was big time high on this guy. He moved him up in his draft rankings after talking to him at the combine. Right? He was one of the top guys doing the drills and the bench presses and stuff like that. So, I mean, this guy, I think you're going to get a really, really good one.
He's going to be on Jukurit until 2028. His contract in Finland lasts until 2028. That's the only drawback.
Only drawback, right?
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily, they might be able to swing that. Right? Uh-oh, we're getting our first trade. Our first trade alert. So Calgary is trading their number 6 pick to Toronto. Wait a minute.
Interesting. This is going to be a defenseman.
Wait a minute.
If it's Toronto, it's going to be a defenseman.
Wow, Dorothea. Doyafea traded from the Vegas.
Pavel Dorofeyev, the Vegas Golden Knights first line left winger.
So, yeah, they traded him.
Where is he headed?
I think he's going to the Rangers.
So no picks are involved, but
yeah, there was a lot of picks, but nothing. There's some picks for this year and some stuff for next year, but they're not until later. Like late first round and then early second or maybe third round picks. I don't have the full details on it, but that's a trade alert right there. So Calgary was at pick 6.
Yeah. Worst grade I'd give this is a B+. The best grade I'd give this is an A+. I'm going to give it an A- because I do feel like he needs to improve his shot. But outside of that, he's NHL ready.
Okay, so Calgary is still on the clock. Calgary didn't trade their 6th pick.
And I think that A- is fair for Smits because I don't.
Yeah, I would do that. I would absolutely do A- for Smits.
Because it's the shot that's really the only area I think he needs to improve. I think everything else is there.
Agreed. He's not going to be that offensive defenseman. He's going to be more of the defensive. He's going to be a very good
defensive defenseman, though.
Exactly. Here we go. The pick is in for Calgary.
All right. So Albert Smits, we do have that up. Oh, and it looks like the banner ad for the Hurricanes is finally working. We had a Carolina Hurricanes. If you go on Fanatics, guys, you can get Carolina Hurricanes Stanley Cup gear. It will help the channel out, help the brand out. If you're a fan of the Hurricanes, if you're not a fan of the Hurricanes, use your money on more conventional methods. But yes,
Calgary, the mustachioed one.
He announced the Flames picks last year. Who is this guy?
Lanny McDonald. Yeah. Who do we think? Are they going to take Bjork or are they going to take Chase Reed? Carson Corrales goes to Calgary.
I've heard that's a guy they love.
Yeah, man. Look, this guy right here went to Sullivan training, right? And he signed up for Billy Sullivan and went through the Sullivan training course, right? This guy is all that and more. 6'2", 198 pounds. He's 18 years old. He's a left-hand shot defenseman. He's physical. He's two-way defenseman, right? Okay. Playing for the Prince George Cougars with the A on his sweater. 58 games, 20 goals, 53 assists for 73 points and a plus 23. Okay. So he's committed to North Dakota.
That's right. So that is so Reed and Bjork are now the two best BPAs. I feel like Winnipeg needs defense for Hellebuyck, but it's out. I was thinking either Calgary or Winnipeg's going to take a center. But yeah, we could see the two defensemen go 7 and 8 as well. So yeah, I'm about to get the grade up. But yeah,
awesome.
First 6 picks are in. And Carson Corrales is a great fit for Calgary.
Dude, I would go A on this one as well. I would absolutely go A on this.
I think Reed's the only player I'd give an A+ to at this point. Maybe Verhall.
Agreed.
I would go. I'm going to go solid A for this one. This is I think this is better value than Smits, but I also think this is I don't dislike any of these picks enough to give him a B- or a B+.
I'm with you. By the way, proud dad moment from Mr. Billy Sullivan. One of your boys is now picked in the top 6. So there you go, man. Proud dad moment. You know what I mean? Like, because when you train these guys and you get to spend a significant amount of time with these kids, you get to know them. You know what I mean? And you form that relationship and that bond. And Mr. Sullivan has been lucky enough to be able to go to quite a few of the drafts and be able to.
How the heck did Carson Carell's fall to 15 in the 2023 WHL draft? That draft had Daxon, Rudolph, Keaton, Barahoff.
I think that's why. I think that's why, Chris, because of that. Right? Because sometimes it takes a minute for a defenseman, especially when you're younger and you're coming up. You know what I mean? And so getting that video training and getting some of that other types of training that he was able to get at the Sullivan training school, I think that's what helped propel him and helped to get him to where he is right now today, being drafted where he's being drafted. This is absolutely an awesome pick, man. I got to text Billy and tell him congratulations.
Fair enough. I'm just seeing what's going to happen here. They just look, Calgary, outside of goalie, they look like a team that needs help everywhere. I mean, they paid $10.5 million to Jonathan Huberdeau. He's only had 25 points. They have some other players, but the guy they wanted was Carell's, and he fell to them at 6. So, yeah, Carson Carell's grade in the write-up is up, so Carson Carell's is now on the site, and I think I've already typed the pick in the chat room.
Nice.
Yeah, I did. I already typed the Carell's pick in, so I'll get the Seattle pick ready to go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I'm wondering what the Kraken are going to do here at 7. There are some people that think Chase Reed's not going to be ready for 3 years. I'm wondering if that's why he's dropping, like actual former NHL scouts.
I've seen a lot of stuff on him. I've seen a lot of, I've watched some of his tape. He was kind of a slow burn, and he had to kind of get kicked back. Right, so he didn't make the USHL team, and then he made the Sioux Greyhounds, you know what I mean, and then had a really good year for them. So it's not surprising me that he's dropped a little bit. Okay, it's really not.
Okay, now nobody leaked the picks earlier on X. Now we're starting to see 2 people leak the picks. So they wait till the guests leave. And I don't think Gary Bettman's done introducing guests.
Chase Reed goes to Seattle.
Vegas now has picked 26 in the NHL draft.
Yep. There you go.
So did they get that in the Dorofeyev trade? Or no, because Ottawa didn't own that pick. Who had 26? I
don't know, but I'll tell you this. Chase Reed, 194 pounds, 6'2", right hand.
The Rangers own that pick in the Dorofeyev trade, so Vegas got that pick in the. Yeah, so he did play on the World Junior under 20 team. Played really well there. Played for the Sioux Greyhounds. Had the A on his sweater. 45 games, 18 goals, 30 assists for 48 points. He's a plus 27. He played in 10 playoff games, had 3 goals, 3 assists for 6 points, and a plus 3. In the World Juniors, he played 5 games, 2 goals, 2 assists for 4 points, and he was even. He's committed to guess where? Michigan State. Man, so the Stars' first-round pick went from Carolina to the Rangers thanks to a condition to now the Golden Knights.
Okay.
So this is now the 4th team to acquire the third different team to acquire the Dallas Stars' original first-round pick from the Mikko Rantanen trade.
Okay. Wow, man, are they getting a lot of space on that one, right? Oh man, dude, I really like this. This is good. This is really seriously going to help Seattle, man. This is exactly what they need. I still think, though, He's gonna play. He's gonna do exactly what they're all gonna do. He's gonna play for Michigan State, and then at the end of Michigan State, he'll come up and potentially play the final couple games there with Seattle. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because he's 18, he's 6'2", 194 pounds. He's from Chesterfield, Michigan. So
the Kraken never drafted a defenseman in the first round, by the way. This is the first year the Kraken. They've got really good centers. The problem is they've never drafted a defenseman in the first round. It's always been centers.
Huh.
It's all, remember, Matty Beniers, Shane Wright, Berkeley Catan.
Yeah.
They took the center in last year's draft, not Berkeley Catan. They took another center in last year's draft. The guy on Brantford, who is it? Jake O'Brien, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they have not drafted a defenseman in the first round, as hard as that is to believe. But, yeah, that trend is now over, and Chase Reed is a member of the Seattle Kraken.
How about that, man? I love the fact that Matthew Schaefer won.
Toronto would have gotten this pick. Toronto would have gotten this pick if the Kraken had accepted the. But yeah, I'm not gonna dwell too much on the past here. I'm just trying to get.
So the first 3 picks were forwards with McKenna, Stenberg, and Malhotra, and then the remaining picks have all been defensemen.
Yep. So 4 of those 5 defensemen are off the board. Honestly, if I'm Winnipeg, I take the last defenseman. I put San Jose in a position where they have to take Ryan Lynn at 9 if they want a defenseman.
So that's what you think they're going to do? Or either that or Verhoff.
Kate Verhoff, I think, will be the pick here regardless.
Yeah.
Verhoff. It'll be Verhoff or Bjork or Lawrence if Winnipeg wants a center, but I think they need a defenseman.
Is Bjork ready to go this year, or is he still signed to the SHL for another year?
I think he's still in the SHL for another year.
Yeah. That could be the hindrance there on some of these guys too. You know what I mean? I mean, it wasn't necessarily for Stenberg, but I don't think. But Stenberg is good though, right?
Yeah, he's good.
Meaning he's going to be able to play for. He's going to be able to play for them instead of playing for the SHL, right?
Yep.
Okay. So the Jets got 1 minute and counting, and we're at 8:07, and we're only at pick 7. An hour to do 6 picks.
The draft started at 7:14 exactly, so I'm not counting hour until we get to 8:14.
Well, you ain't that far off from there, and we've only made 6 picks.
Actually, 7 now. I just got the Chase Reed pickup, and they're about to pick. I'm a little bit behind, but I am doing my.
No, you're good. They still have 30 seconds, but the pick is in, and they're now walking out. I've also noticed too that Bettman is not announcing guests anymore. So I think after the first 5 picks now, there's no guests.
Yep.
Until we get maybe till tomorrow. And there you go, man.
They want to end this thing by 10. Linda Cohn, it's her final show on SportsCenter. Winnipeg needs defense. That's my only issue with this pick.
Well, they got Viggo Bjork.
I get it. He was the best player on the board on the simulator. I should give it an A+, but I'm going to give it a B+ because I think they need defense a lot more than.
And I'm with you because he's
for Helliebuck.
You know what? I'm absolutely with you on this grade. He's 5'9", 181 pounds. Yeah, he plays a little bit bigger for his size with that 181 pounds, a right-hander. But
I'm not criticizing the pick. I'm saying it's a B+ instead of a.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, man. I absolutely agree with that. Okay, in quite a few games this year with let's see. With the U20 national team and then the SHL team, he had 46 games, 7 goals, and 13 assists for 20 points total. He was a +6, right? played in multiple playoff games, and then he also played in the World Juniors, right, for the under-20 team. 7 games, 3 goals, 6 assists, 9 points. He was a +5 on that as well, right? So I think he's still signed for next year, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. So I like this pick, but I agree. I think this is more of a B+ kind of thing because I think Winnipeg needs defensemen. But this was that, okay, well, we're taking the best player off the board kind of thing. You know what I mean? Overall, though, not a bad pick. I mean, I like this pick. He's hyper competitive, highly intelligent forward, elevates everyone around him, and he uses his motor and tenacity to break up plays against bigger opponents in the defensive end. That's really going to help in his transition. According to Elite Prospects, they have done such an amazing job, by the way. Big props and shout out to Elite Prospects.
I bought the magazine for I bought the Hockey News magazine, but I've heard people say the Elite Prospects magazine is so much better.
Their draft guy. Look, I know that the Hockey News has been doing it for a while, and that's been like the Bible of draft picks for the last few years. But I got to tell you, man, the last 3 years, Elite Prospect has really, really upped their game with their draft guides, right? And they have just massively done some really cool stuff this year on their site where they're giving you breakdown of players, grades of players, links to different videos, and scouting reports.
His final season with the Djurgårdens IF is next season. So that's what you got to look at. Next season will be his final season. Okay. And I would think Verhoff, who was the preseason number 2 pick, would be San Jose's pick at 9 here. I would be shocked if they passed on Verhoff. They need defense.
Yeah, I would be too. I absolutely would be too. I mean, especially didn't they have the number 2 pick?
Yeah.
Right? And now they have the number 7 pick?
Number 9 pick. But
yes. 9. Okay, I'm sorry.
I've just got number 7 up. And I just got the video. That's going to be a B+. I'll back to the simulator here. And, the simulator already auto-drafted Vigio Bjork for us. Fantastic. It's fantastic. So
it's like it knows.
Fantastic.
It's like it knows.
Yeah, it's good. Sometimes auto-draft screws up for me badly. This time it helped me. It's helped me save some time, which I'm very grateful for. So yeah.
There you go. We'll take that all day long, right?
Yep. And then Winnipeg 8.
So you think San Jose now, because they took Stenberg at number 2 now, their pick is in now, but I absolutely think we're gonna see Verhoff come off the board here.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if this pick wasn't Verhoff.
They're showing the Shark Tank and the shark is dancing on stage.
Sharky. Voted the 3rd best mascot behind the LA Kings mascot and Gritty.
Wow, so Gritty's number 3.
Gritty's number 1, actually, according to NHL.
As far as I'm concerned, right? As far as I'm concerned. Here's what won me to Gritty, right? Okay, look, I get it. I know there's a lot of Flyer history in my past.
Brother's a huge Steeler fan, but he cannot stand Gritty. It's like his least favorite mascot.
Well, when the COVID hit, right, and everybody was like hunkering in the bunker in their house, right? So they came up with this brilliant idea of Gritty's 15-minute power hour.
Here's what the Vegas Golden Knights got from the Rangers for Dorofeyev, the player they drafted in the 3rd round. 26, 3rd round pick 92, and a first round pick in 2028. But it is top 10 protected. If the Rangers are outside the top 10 in 2028, that first round pick goes to the Golden Knights.
Wow. That's Chris, you and I both know that 28 is going to be a pretty nice draft.
Yeah, so
Here we
if
go.
Vegas can actually get 2 first-round picks for Dorofeyev, I feel like they had to pull the trigger there.
Yeah. Oh, they're bringing out the PWHL chick to announce this pick here for San Jose.
Because this was the only other guess they got.
Yeah. Oh, she was part of the women's Olympic hockey team.
Yep.
And they won gold too.
Yep.
Right? And so did the Paralympic hockey team.
Yep.
Yep, Bearhoff, there he goes.
Not surprised that Keaton Bearhoff is the pick here. This was easily the best player on the board, and I think the Sharks are the only team with 2 A+ grades so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? Playing for University of North Dakota, 36 games, he had 6 goals, 14 assists. He was a +7 for 20 points, right? This kid's got it. 6'4", 216 pounds. Right hand shot defense man. Dude, what everybody covets, right? And he's got the body. Look, I think he's going to play right away.
I think he's going to go back to North Dakota, but if the Sharks make the Cup playoffs this year, they'll bring him up.
Well, I don't know, man. He already played a year down there with them, with North Dakota, right? And so it all depends when he turns. Let's see, when is his birthday?
I'm not sure exactly, but yeah.
Let's see, when is the birthday? Okay, so he turns 19 in June. Next June, he turns 19. So he's not going to be eligible to go to the AHL. So he's probably going to go back to his college team.
And I'm guessing he will sign with the Sharks. If the Sharks are in the playoff run, they'll sign him early. If they're not, he'll finish his junior year, and then he'll finish his sophomore year, and then they'll decide whether or not he finishes his junior year or goes to the NHL, depending on what he does next season.
Yeah. I mean, he's just kind of stuck in that age. I don't really think he has much else to prove as far as that's concerned. You know what I mean?
Well, the Victoria Royals GM called Keaton Bearhoff an outstanding person who leads by example when the Victoria Royals drafted him in the WHL draft back in 2023. So I think that attitude, it really does speak for itself. And yeah.
He's a physical guy. He's able to hammer the puck. He's able to join the rush. He's a top pair. Upside as possible. Skating and puck management, he needs some growth in that area. But for the most part, I would say I would give this a B+ as well.
I gave it an A+ because Bearhoff was one of those guys that just wowed me the moment I popped his tape, whether it was WHL tape or whether it was his tape at North Dakota.
Yeah, all right. Okay, A+, right?
Yeah, I'm giving the Sharks an A+ because I've always felt like Bearhoff was the best defenseman in this draft, but
okay, all right. I mean, all in all, though, I think you have to give them an A+ so far, just in their first 2 picks.
And the absolute winner of this draft, they get Bearhoff and Stenberg because back in the preseason in August, the top 3 players were Gavin McKenna, Keaton Bearhoff, Ivor Stenberg. You got 2 of those players in one draft.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly. There you go. All right. Well, okay. So now we are officially an hour in.
Yep, we are officially.
And we haven't even made 10 picks yet.
And the Sharks with Bearhoff. I don't want to censor Tynan Lawrence. That's a bad simulator. Tynan Lawrence, Prospect Watch alum. All right. There we go. So there we go. Nashville is on the clock here. They've got about.
So this is where everybody's predicting where Tynan Lawrence is going to go.
Yeah, I've got Tynan Lawrence here. Let's see what.
You know what's really going to be crazy, right? Is if Tynan Lawrence is selected by Nashville Predators, that's going to be 2 Prospect Watch alums playing for the Predators.
Yeah.
with Aiden Fink.
But the thing is, their number one center is Ryan O'Reilly, and their number two center is Matthew Wood. But I think Wood's a better right winger than he is a center. He was a right winger in Connecticut. I think they need to move him to right wing, and with Brady Martin and with Tynan Lawrence, they're going to have the flexibility to do that down the road. Oh,
exactly,
and they
because Finker is a winger.
Colorado. They traded Fedor Svechkov to Colorado, so he's no longer on Nashville as that fourth line center.
Right.
So yeah.
There you go, man. Wouldn't that be, dude? That would be so cool if we could. Is
this really necessary? This GIF with Mr. Bean looking at his watch, picking his nose. Is this really necessary to say Predators on the clock and then show a GIF of Mr. Bean in the cornfields, looking at his watch? It looks like he's touching his ear or his nose. It's like, is this really necessary?
No.
No, it's not.
Here we go.
Gary Bettman back on the clock.
The pick is in, and we're going to have a guest. And, it's, so it looks like a country singer guy, I guess. I don't know.
Is that that's the country singer that sang the song, there's a song called Dick Down in Dallas. It's a country song. I think that's the artist who sings that song. So that's who we're having announced Nashville's pick. Okay, who are... I think this is Tynan Lawrence. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
I really want to see this. Oh, man, I'm really hoping that this is Tynan Lawrence. Wyatt Cullen! Woo!
Oh, man. I had a second on Wyatt Cullen. I feel like that's a reach. I know Draft Prospect Hockey has him at 10 on their board, but I am not as high on Wyatt Cullen as the consensus. I think Luke Shire is the best player on the NTDP team. Look, Wyatt Cullen, he's Matt Cullen's son. It's a great story. He went from a walk-on to the team captain of the under-18 team, but he played more games in the under-18 team than the NTDP team that goes up against the USHL. So I do factor that into my evaluations. So
well, I got to tell you something, man. I got to see this kid play at the All-American game. His line was one of the better lines there. He played really, really well. I mean, I really like this kid. He's 6'1", 183 pounds, but he is 17, right? So he's gonna be one of those guys that's gonna be a project, right? Because he is 6'1", 181 pounds, but he is only 17. Okay, right? Last year for the United States National Development Program, 15 games, 6 goals, 10 assists, 16 points. He was a +3. He played for the under-18 World Junior team. 5 games, 3 goals, 6 assists. For 9 points, he was a +3. He is committed to University of Minnesota.
It says he's a right winger, but he's actually a left winger. But he might have the versatility to play both positions. But
I think he does, Chris. From what I was able to see from him playing in that game, and then watching him play a little bit in the USHL as well too. So he does kind of have that versatility. He is left-handed.
I think he'll do better as a second line winger versus a first line winger, but he can play first line winger. But if they're going to make him the first line winger, they need to groom him to be like the successor to a Philippe Forsberg. They can't just rush him into that role. And maybe the plan is to get him some more experience at Minnesota.
I absolutely think so. You know, he's going to play there in Minnesota, University of Minnesota, for at least a season or two because he's so young yet. You know what I mean? So I think we're going to see that. I don't think we're going to see Cullen. He's probably going to be up for the national team for when they go to the World Juniors or when they play for the IIHF. He will get some experience in those areas as well. So look for him to improve his game this year in the lower ranks so that by the time he gets to be 18 or 19, he's going to be that 2 years in the system kind of thing. So I look for him to be a much better player.
Yeah, even though I've got a second-round grade on him, the worst grade I think you can give him is a C-. The best grade I think you can give him is an A-. So that averages out to a B-, which is what I went with here. But
yeah, I mean, so
I was originally going to go with a solid B, but I just think B- might be more appropriate. But you could argue B, a regular B.
No, I would still go with a B- just because of his age, and he still needs a little bit of that development time. You know what I mean? But all in all, though, I don't think you could go wrong with that. You know what I'm saying, right?
I don't think the pick's horrible enough to give it a C+ or even a regular C, but it's not great enough to give it anything more than a B-. That's
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that 100%, man. But he's got those intangibles too, leadership. Yeah. You know what I mean? That kind of thing where I saw some interviews with him where he drastically grew from last year to this year, right? He went from like 5'9" to 6'1" and went from 146 pounds to 176 pounds. You know what I mean? So he had that big giant growth.
3 points in the USHL CHL challenge against Canada. That I think is one of the bigger selling points with him.
Agreed. He's got a very good floor, and I don't think we've seen his ceiling yet. All right. Well, we're at 8:26, and we're at 11 picks now.
Yep. So Wyatt Cullen is the pick. I do have the Wyatt Cullen grade up here on the site. And before
So do you think the Blues are going to go with Lawrence, or are we going to see maybe?
I don't know what they're going to do. They've got the center they drafted, Dalibor Dvorsky. He's the third line center on this team next season. I'm wondering what they're going to do though with 11. I think they're going to go Belchets. We'll see.
Yeah, that might not be bad either.
I think it's going to be Lawrence or Belchets, though. I'd be shocked if it was
somebody else.
And then now the draft simulator. Colin is on the simulator, but I've got to go all the way down from number 10 to all the way in the 39. I've got to go all the way down to 39.
Wow.
Click on Wyatt Cullen. I'm a little bit lower on him than the consensus, but I get it. I knew he was going to be the first player from the NTDP off the board, but I like Luke Shire and Brady Noling a little bit more from what I've seen on tape. But I don't think this is a terrible pick. Do I think it's a reach? Yes, but I don't think it's a terrible pick either.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. St. Louis Blues.
The Blues.
There we go.
Got 4 first-round picks. And
Tynan Lawrence. Yeah, baby. The 11th overall pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. A Prospect Watch alum, Tynan Lawrence, going to the St. Louis Blues. He played half of the year with Muskegon and then went to Boston University, where he kind of struggled a little bit, but caught on. He only played 18 games, right? 2 goals, 5 assists for 7 points. He was a -1, right? But he is kind of on a third line up there and working his way up, right? He's 6'1", 185 pounds, left hand center. Really like this kid. Tynan Lawrence is another Prospect Watch alum. I got to talk to him before he even started playing for Muskegon, and you could see the leadership skills that this man has. He's one of those types of players where the game slows down when it gets onto his stick, right? And that is something you can't teach. You can't teach the leadership skills that this young man possesses, okay? He's got such a high hockey IQ, and his anticipation and his maturity is off the charts. I am all day long A on this grade.
Yeah, I mean, they've got, right now, their 4th line center is Jack Finley, who the Tampa Bay Lightning cut. So I think we will see him. Right now, Robert Thomas is on the first line. They've got Pius Sutter, who is in a contract year next season. As a second line center, they've got Dvorsky, and then they've got Finley, who I like as a fourth line center with his size, 6'4", 227. I'm guessing when Pius Sutter leaves next year, it's going to be Dvorsky and Lawrence, and they're going to be competing for the line 2 center job because Dvorsky went 10th overall in 2023. Lawrence 11th overall this year. I'm guessing that's what's going to happen, Ron. You're going to have a Tynan Lawrence Dvorsky competition for the line 2 center spot behind Robert Thomas in a year from now.
That's not a horrible problem to have. And with St. Louis, and see, this is another reason why I think this was a really good selection for them, because they have 3 other picks in this round.
I'm leaning A+ here because this was the best player on my board
all day long.
So
all day long. Woo! Yeah, man. Sorry, I'm having a little proud moment here. You know, love seeing the boys getting drafted. I don't care who drafts them. I just love seeing them drafted. I love to hear about how their experience was and what they got to go through, and the fact that they get to live out this dream. You know what I mean? This is stuff that the kids dream about. You know what I mean? And they get to live through this.
I agree. And Tynan Lawrence, this is a player that, I think he's going to play. There is a chance he comes back for his junior season, but there's also a chance he comes straight to the NHL after next season as well, just like we'll see.
Yeah, but his age, I think he will still play one more year, a full year at Boston, right? Because I think that will give him that experience. And then I also think, too, because he's got Gretzky Cup, he's got World Junior medals, he'll be part of that team next year. You know what I mean? Right? So yeah. I really think that
Lawrence, because I think we'll see Lawrence compete.
Yeah, but I see him playing at Boston next year. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, what? Tynan Lawrence, 11th overall pick, and he's not playing? Yeah, but 17 years old, he still has a little bit of room to grow. You know what I mean? He still needs to find that transition game from the junior league to the college league.
I agree. And,
you know, but he's so mature.
It's final. And, I'm going to come back here into the news ticker here and add a few more names. I think I only added the first 9. 10 was Nash, W. Cullen.
So let's see here. We've got
and then
New
11.
Jersey on the clock. New Jersey on the clock.
All right, so that's all right. So we got everything updated there in that respect, and now back to the draft board here. So we're just waiting to see who the Devils pick. So all 12 grades are. All 11 grades are up. We'll get number 12 up shortly. But the best player on the board for me right now is Ethan Belchets, and then Elton Hermanson might be another player who goes here. But this is where the draft starts to get unpredictable as what's going to happen here. Because there have been no surprises in the top 11 so far. This is gone exactly how most expected. Outside of Cullen, there have been literally no surprises.
Yeah, I would say maybe in the order of where things. Oh my gosh, they picked Alexander Command.
I have Alexander Command going to the Blues at 16, but yeah, with Nico Hischier in the final year of his contract, with Jack being a 2030 free agent, I can understand the thought process of let's take a center now and let's reload.
I mean, why not? Absolutely, why not? And he sure hasn't always been available. I mean, he's had some availability issues. I was kind of hoping he might have been able to go to the Flyers.
I was originally going to mock this guy in the second round, Ron, but when the Blues traded up to 16, I noticed the Blues love this guy.
Yeah.
So, and I think if Tynan Lawrence hadn't been there, I think Command would have been a blue at 11. If the Predators had gone Lawrence at 10, I think Command may have gone off the board at 11. So
I think so too.
Starting to see the run on centers.
Well, you know, we had some forwards for the first couple, and then we had some defensemen. But Alexander Command, a left-hand shot center, 6'1", 187 pounds. He's 18 years old, played for the Swedish teams. Okay. Let's see. Played for the national team, the under-20, the under-18. Played for the World Junior team. So for the national team and the under-20 team, he had 37 games, 18 goals, 27 assists for 45 points.
I don't know what grade I'm going to give this yet. I'm thinking a solid B, but I want to see what exactly I wrote for my Devils write-up at 12 and take other factors into account. But I'm leaning towards a solid B.
Oh, you know what they're doing. You see what they're doing, Chris, right? That background is right off stage right. And there's a little couch there. So they get to go up to the little couch on the stage there and do their little interview or whatever, right? Now, there isn't quite the cameras and everything there like they had for the other players, but they got all like their baby pictures and their young pictures and stuff in the background. You know what I mean?
Yep. And the fireplace, they make it look like they're in a log cabin. They make it look like the players are in a log cabin, which honestly is kind of cool.
Right. You know, especially that big old leather chair or couch or whatever.
Yeah.
Huh. Started off as a goalie, did you? There you go, man. I agree. I think this is a solid B.
Nick Bajustad and Nico Hischier.
There we go. Well, and then now we're going to see Shafes come out here and introduce this pick for 13 for the Islanders. Who do you think?
Yep.
Who do you think here for the Islanders?
He's raw, but I had the Islanders taking Nikita Klepov, but they could go with Belchets as well. But there's a lot of questions with Belchets and the analytics. But the thing is, with Command, his contract in Sweden runs through 27-28. So that's the other thing you got to look at as well.
Right. What about see, we still got Ryan Lynn on the board, although he's defenseman. You got JP Hubler. He could potentially be there. You also have Belchats is another one, right? And Oscar Hemming.
Yeah. All right. So New Jersey write-up is finished. I'm just going to load that. And yeah. So we're on top of things here. I didn't list the grade. Let me. Okay, I'll list the B grade here because that's pretty important detail. But yeah, I went with a B grade for New Jersey here at 12. I mean, I had this guy mocked at 16 in my final mock. So yes, this is probably a solid pick here. And then, so Belchets and Hermanson are atop my board. Klepov is third, and then I have Hemming at fourth. But the top center on the board was Command, and I think the Devils wanted to get a center with two of their centers in contract years. I think they wanted to get a center prospect in their system.
So here we go, right? We got the Islanders now.
All caught up now. We're all caught up now, and yeah, it's great to be caught up.
It makes it easy.
We're not even halfway through this draft, and my iPad's already gone from 100 to 50%. We're not even halfway through.
We're only the first hour and 38 minutes in.
Well, the drafts, it started at 7, but the picks weren't announced till 7:30. But yeah, let's see what the Islanders are thinking here, because I'm wondering what the Islanders.
I mean, they have the one of the OHL.
They've got Trevor Connolly, or is they have the other left winger. Vegas picked Connolly, and they got the other winger in 2023. But they got the winger from the 2024 draft, and they've got the winger, and they've got Eklund, and they've got Aitchison, and they've got Schaefer. I'm thinking Schaefer's going to announce the pick. I think they're going to bring Schaefer up to announce the pick.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to do that.
And then they'll probably have Bettman announce the rest of the picks, unless Nikki Glazer makes another cameo for the Blues. But I'm guessing they're just going to have Bettman announce the picks. They're going to have Schaefer at 13, and then they'll probably have Bettman announce the rest of the picks to speed this up.
Yeah, man. Sorry, that was my boy Billy. They're not even having to do it. Okay. So I had Mr. Sullivan reply back, and yeah. Oh, they are going to have Schaefer come out and do it. Yeah, there you go, Mr. Purple Suit. Mr. Calder Cup winner.
Matthew Schaefer, I knew it. Matthew Schaefer, he's the first player to announce a first-round pick in the OHL and NHL draft in the same year for the teams he played for. Very first player to do that.
Oh my, that is not who we thought. Wow.
Malte Gustafsson, he was my number 2 best defenseman available.
Wow, I don't understand why they did that though, man, because they've got Kayshawn Aitchison coming up as well. You know what I mean? So
leverage and contract negotiations. It's all about contract negotiations. The current veterans on their team, they'll pay Schaefer, but they don't want to pay the other veterans on their team when their contracts expire. They'd rather reload.
Well, boy, I'll tell you what.
And I believe the number 2 defenseman on my board was Malte Gustafsson.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go.
So, yeah.
Left-hand shot defenseman.
He was the brother of Viggo Gustafsson, and yes, he is. He's the Islanders' pick at 13.
Yep.
So
6'4", 203 pounds. Left-hand shot defenseman.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Did really well as far as that's concerned. He played well. Had some good points. Look, he's a defenseman. You know what I'm saying? But he already has the body.
The worst grade you could give this is a C. The best grade you could give this is an A. I don't think it's enough to be an A+, but and that's because I had Ryan Lynn ahead of him, but I had him ahead of everyone else. But he's got a much bigger body than Ryan Lynn, so I think that probably
factored in. Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I don't know. From the tape that I watched on him, I wasn't as impressed with some of the other folks. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a big body, but he doesn't seem to really use his big body. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he had 0 points in 4 games during the SHL playoffs, and he didn't score a goal. He can shoot the puck. I've seen him shoot the puck well on tape, but 0 goals in the SHL. A lot of his goals came against under 20 teams. So that's just another thing you've got to factor into the equation here when it comes to to the Islanders.
It looks like he's still signed until 27.
Yeah.
Right?
He is. He's locked up, I believe, until 2028.
Oh, okay. Well,
might be. It's 27 or 28. He's locked up until one of those years.
It looks like he's locked up until 27.
But I'm just trying to get the exact data. So,
but either way, though, I mean, this kind of makes a little bit of sense here because you're going to have some guys age out, and you have Kayshawn Aitchison coming in as well as now Schaefer's going to be in his second year as well. So, all right, but he's still 2 years out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the Islanders, I'll pull up the Islanders contracts briefly. because I want to see the Islanders. I want to see the Islanders contracts briefly here.
We got Columbus Blue Jackets are on the clock. And then after that, we got pick 15 and pick 16.
Blues back-to-back picks. But yeah, looking at the Blues contracts, their Schaefer's going to be an RFA in 2028. Tony DeAngelo's also going to be a 2028 RFA. I'm guessing that's when Aitchison will be on the Islanders. He'll be the DeAngelo replacement. And then in 2029, Adam Pelech, Ryan Pulock, and Mayfield are UFAs.
You mean for the Islanders?
I'm guessing this guy is going to replace Pelech, and Aitchison's going to replace DeAngelo, if I had to guess.
That would make sense. That would make sense. This should be interesting, man. 24 seconds left here for Columbus.
I think it's going to be a right winger. I just don't know which one it's going to be, Ron. It's going to because Columbus does not have a fourth line right winger on the active roster at the moment.
Really?
So, I think it's going to be a right winger. I think they're going to get a right winger here with this
selection. Are they going to
selection.
go with Noventi or maybe Hemming? Maybe Belchatz?
Yeah. Perhaps one of those guys. But yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be one of those guys here.
Or that Oliver Savanto.
Yeah, I like. I'm going to go with a B grade for the Islanders. I think he's going to be
2 years. Oscar Hemming.
Yeah, that's who I mocked to Columbus, Oscar Hemming.
Yeah.
So it's almost like Columbus read our mock draft, but maybe their intel was just that blatantly obvious, because I was looking at the intel of what they're going to do back in May, and Oscar Hemming made the most logistical sense. He is a right winger. I have him listed as a right winger, but yeah, he can play.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. He's already there, man. 6'4", 198 pounds, right? As far as body size, he's a left-hander, shoots left, right? Playing for Boston College last year. Did 19 games, 1 goal, 7 assists for 8 points, and he was an even player. He does play for the Finnish international team, right? Not necessarily any hardware yet, but more than just a great complementary player, driving the play, orchestrating the power play.
The difference is with Columbus, I can just copy and paste the write-up from my mock draft to Columbus, and I literally don't have to do any other work. I can just copy, because since I mocked Oscar Hemming to Columbus, I can just copy and paste the write-up from my mock draft, and I don't have to do any more work, and then I'm all caught up.
He grades out pretty well.
I'm going to give Columbus an A+.
Yeah.
Anytime a team takes a player I mock to them, I reward them for that behavior. So, yes, Columbus is getting an A+.
Yeah, that's a good grade, I think, because his skating could use a little bit of work, but for the most part, he grades out really well there. Yeah. Shooting good, passing good.
All right, so, yep, and I'm just going to update the
But 17 years old, he's going to play at Boston College at least next year.
Yeah, at least next year. Maybe more. It just depends. But, yeah. I'm just making sure we have the right. Oh shoot.
I'm wondering if St. Louis is going to make their 2 picks right away.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 16 or they're 15 and 16. Why wouldn't you?
Well, the NHL season's starting on September 29th. It's a Tuesday this year, so that means the 4 Septembers all on a Saturday that we used to preview the NHL last year. We'll be able to preview all of those again before having to start. Because I was worried we'd have to start the NHL previews the last week of August.
Yeah.
Right? Because I was afraid the schedule for the regular season would overlap with starting in September, but that's not the case. We've been spared in that
respect. Thank God.
So, September 29th, Tuesday, September 29th, that is the NHL regular season opening day.
There you go.
So,
it's a little earlier this year.
Yeah, 84 games.
Well, but it's also because usually the last like 6 or 7 years, man, it's been starting like the beginning of October. Like we get into like the 3rd or the 6th or the 9th. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's 2 extra. Oh, wow, that's right. There's 2 extra games this year.
That's right. Yep.
Wow. And they've also significantly reduced the amount of preseason games down to like 3 or 4, right?
Yeah. And with some of these teams, I'm trying to list all their line combinations. And since the Blues have already, we've already done that for pick 11. We don't have to worry about that for picks 15 and 16. So yes. But yeah, the Blues, Belchets and Hermanson are the top 2 players on the board here. I'm kind of curious.
That would make sense for them too, man. That would really make sense for them too to get those 2 players.
Yep. But yes, we'll see what happens here. Picks 15, 16. Whoever is the best player on the board.
Maybe they might do the Ryan Lynn here too.
Yeah, whoever's the best player on the board that falls to the 17 through 32 range, that's who I'll end up getting a picture of and emailing that to myself. But I'm looking at this and thinking it's probably Ryan Lynn's who I mocked the Blues at 15. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. The LA Kings at 17.
So it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad if they got Belchez and Lynn, 15 and 16. Right?
Interesting.
That wouldn't be bad because that
the Islanders is my favorite D in the teens. We were told that the Flyers were close to a deal for 21. And look, I think the Blackhawks, if they move into the first round, it's going to be at 21 because we've seen Kyle Davidson do this 2 years in a row, Ron, where he takes multiple seconds and he moves them up. And that's with like pick 34 and a pick in like the 50s. He has 34 and 37 from Toronto.
I know.
So I think it would make sense if the Blackhawks have a guy in their top 16 that falls to 21. It would make sense for the Blackhawks to move those picks to Philadelphia, and it would make sense for Philadelphia to move down and recoup some assets. So that is a trade I could definitely see happening between.
Well, I'll tell you what, the guy that I was kind of hoping would fall to Philadelphia is
Who was that?
Command.
Yeah, I didn't think Command was going to fall. I mean, was that?
But I mean, I had him picked for us, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't make it that
Morozov
far.
is there. Hurlbear is still there. There's a lot of options.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you for sure. But we still got the Ruck brothers too. You're still looking at like Nordman, Hextall. You got Shilov out there too.
Yep.
I mean, there's quite a bit of meat on this bone here.
I agree, and the Blues have ran out of time. Their clock is at 0 seconds. Their draft clock is at 0 seconds.
And I'm still seeing highlights here.
Are they going to trade for Mason McTavish? Is that or no? They're talking about a potential Mason McTavish trade because they have nothing else to talk about. It's like since the people at ESPN outside of Buchagross and their college hockey people don't watch these prospects, they're basically talking about trade rumors to drive up the interest because they've got nothing else better to talk about.
Yeah. Now, we'll see. We'll see.
I could see a Mason McTavish trade, but I think it's going to happen tomorrow. I don't think it's going to happen right now because I knew Seattle wanted Robertson, but I heard it was McCain, Shainwright, and Robinson.
Well, Robinson turned that down. He didn't want to go to Seattle.
He didn't want to go to Seattle, but I heard that was the package that both teams agreed to, and Dallas for Nyes. And Pittsburgh wanted Robertson today, but they only offered 2 first-rounders, Rutger, McGrody, and Girard, and Dallas wanted 2 first-rounders, 2 third-rounders, and Kendall. And once that came out, Pittsburgh basically just ghosted Jim Nill. That basically tells you they're not getting Robertson because they're not willing to pay the Pied Piper to get that off, to get that.
I really think it would be in Dallas's best interest to re-sign him.
I think they want to re-sign him too, Ron. I really do. I think they're going to re-sign him. I think it's either going to be an offer sheet or it's going to be an arbitration. He re-signs for 1 year. But if he re-signs for 1 year, Dallas will pay him what he wants and re-sign him because their cap problems are only tied to this season, Ron. They're not tied to 2027. So all these people saying if it goes to arbitration, Robo's gone after next year. I disagree. If he comes back on a 1 year deal, they'll re-sign him because their cap situation will be much favorable. If you want to take him from Dallas, you either need to give us a king's ransom or offer sheet.
Here we go. Trade alert. You called it, man. Blues acquire Mason McTavish and trade with the Ducks.
That was what they were showing McTavish in the background. I didn't anticipate the trade, but here we are.
Well, dude, you straight up called it.
I saw highlights of McTavish. I'm not going to give myself all the credit. I saw highlights of it. I felt like ESPN was talking about that since they had nothing better to talk about. But, yeah, Mason McTavish. And now the Anaheim Ducks can swoop in and steal the guy the LA Kings want, thanks to this trade.
Exactly.
It would have been more hilarious if they waited until 16 to do this, because then it would have looked like they sniped the Kings draft target.
Well, who do you think they're going to pick? Who do you think they traded up to get?
I don't know. They really need a winger next to their top centers, but
because most of their top guys are restricted or unrestricted free agents this year too.
True. Leo Carlson, main guy,
right? And Cutter Gauthier is another one they're going to have to sign. And
former Dallas star Pat Verbeek, the Ducks. Is he still the Ducks GM? Pat Verbeek?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Ducks GM. Pat Verbeek. Yes, Pat Verbeek.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Former member of the 99 Dallas Stars Cup winning team. But yeah, Pat Verbeek, he's the Anaheim Ducks GM. So yeah. I'm going to – okay, we've already updated. So the Red Wings pick goes from Detroit to St. Louis to Anaheim.
So here we are, man. We are at 9 o'clock.
8:57. We're still waiting.
For pick 15. That means we have an hour.
Oh, the Ducks acquired 15 and 29 for Mason McTavish. They've acquired 2 of the Blues' remaining first-round picks. Wow. So the Ducks go from having 0 first-round picks to having 2 first-round picks. And I think that's a great trade. I like McTavish, but I didn't think he had any business going in the top 3 back in 2021. So to come away with 15 and 29, I think that's a really good trade, and I think the Ducks had to take that.
I agree.
Because they weren't going to get that type. If they weren't going to get 2 number 1s for him, they keep him until he's a UFA. But yeah, with Leo Carlson, with all the RFAs you have, now you can get some draft capital and reload. Oh, and Roger McQueen can come up sooner. Now that McTavish is off the roster, you can bring McQueen up if you want to next season.
And I'm here to tell you, Roger McQueen, he's another Prospect Watch alum, right?
Yep. And I think Roger McQueen is ready, but they had to move McTavish. Otherwise, they were going to have to ease McQueen into the lineup.
Well, and see, now with him gone now, and I think that was part of what they were trying to do anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that they could move that space out of there for him, because I like McQueen as a I really like
McQueen is a higher ceiling than McTavish. I was not high on McTavish when he was drafted in 2020.
I agree. So, not that I'm not down on McTavish at all, but
I'm not down on him either. But it's like I felt like he was like the 11th best player in 2021. He went 3rd, and I like McQueen. I felt like he was a true top 10 talent. So yeah,
Nikita Klepov, right winger.
Nikita Klepov. He is Nikita Klepov. That is a great pick. Nikita Klepov. I had him at 13. So, yeah.
6 foot, 187 pounds, playing for Michigan State, right? He's 18. He's originally from Russia, so
He's
I
the
mean, there
first
you
line
go.
left winger on Saginaw this past year. And he can play left wing as well as right wing.
Dude, 37 goals, 60 assists, 97 points.
I'm up Klepov the Islanders at 13, so this is going to be another A+ from me, Ron.
Yeah,
this
man.
Is gonna be, I had Klepov going a pick earlier, 2 picks earlier at pick number 13 because Klepov had a ridiculous point total.
That's what I mean, right? 97, right? For the Saginaw Spirit.
60 assists. How the heck did he drop to this spot? There are people that had him outside of the top 16. I'm like, no. With his production, he's not dropping that far.
I am so with you on that, and he's committed to Michigan State for next year.
Yeah, so great.
That's another kid that's going to Michigan State. I'm telling you right now, man, you might as well just pencil Michigan State into at least going to the Frozen Four.
I think, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting tournament, though, to see what happens with Nikita Klepov going to Anaheim here. I really like this pick, and I'm trying to get these write-ups.
I'm with you on that, man. I think he's an A.
It's an A+ because right. I had him at 13.
Skills, defensive ability. He's got a good motor, right? He's got some good hockey IQ. He's got a lot of energy. You know what I mean? He's good at moving the puck, establishes good position on the puck with his body. So he's using his size a little bit, 6 foot. You know what I mean? He's got a Helenka Gretzky Cup gold medal. So, I mean, he knows how to win. This is an excellent, excellent pick, man.
Absolutely.
He's gonna get to join another really awesome guy there, man, in Roger McQueen. So,
and I feel like this was a player, Anaheim. This is a good player. I think his ceiling's very high. He could probably replace Troy Terry. Troy Terry's the first line right winger until 2030, but I think if Anaheim moves on from Terry, this guy could be on the top line. He could take over down the road. But they can ease him in. They have the flexibility to ease him in as well. They got Beckett Sinecki, their 3rd overall pick in 2024, and I like Beckett Sinecki, but I think this guy's got a higher ceiling than Sinecki.
Wow.
Sinecki had a great rookie year too, Ron. So
I was just gonna say he was in the running for the Calder, man.
Yeah. So that's he led the OHL in points as a rookie. So I think
first time in 25 years, Patrick Kane did it with 147 points.
Yep.
And he did it with 97 points.
Exactly. So
I mean, he's got the body. He's got the big body. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just he's going to need to be able to transition that junior college game into pros. You know what I mean?
Yep. I just got the Anaheim pick up. It is Klepov at 15. Yep. So.
Well, guys, we better hurry up here, man, because we got just about less than an hour. We've got
Linda Cohen's Final Sports Center is going to be at 10 p.m. It's supposed to be at 10 p.m. I'm already typing the Anaheim Ducks for 15 and 29 on the draft simulator. I probably am going to reload the simulator here. With the trades that have gone into effect, I probably am going to reload the simulator here. Just see what happens here. Just want to make
got the Blues on the clock now at 16.
All right, so now so both trades have gone into effect here. So yep, and then Daxon Rudolph went 4th. Number 5 was Smits. 6 was Carell's. Reed was 7. Bjork was 8. Verhoff was 9, and then number 10 was Wyatt Cullen, I believe.
Yeah.
Wyatt Cullen, who went 10th, and then Lawrence went 11th. New Jersey took command at 12, I believe, and then
Gustafsson at 13.
Yep, Gustafsson went 13th, and then 14 was Oscar Hemming, and then the Oscar Hemming went 14th, and then Klepov went 15th. So Hermanson and Belchetz. Klepov was the third best player available on the board here. So, yeah. Okay, so see, even with the trade, we were able to get caught up on reload the simulator and get caught up on everything.
There
Oh,
you
it's
go. The
sharing this
Blues are
screen. Okay,
selecting.
let's share this screen now. You can see Klepov. He's on the Ducks now. But, yeah, we'll go back to this screen here. And the number 16, the pick is in. So
Maddox Degaday.
that is a great pick. Maddox Degaday. He was number 1 in the Q. He played center this year. He moved to right winger. He moved to right winger, but he can play center or wing. But yeah, Maddox Degaday, number 1 pick in the QMJHL draft. All right, so I do like
6'4", 196 pounds, left-hand shot. He's another one that I was kind of looking at for the Flyers, but so much for that. 18 years old.
I think he's going to play wing on the Flyers, but in the Blues. He's going to play wing on the Blues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the Q with the Quebec Ramparts, 62 games, 30 goals, 32 assists.
I mocked him to the Blues at 29. I guess the Blues read our mock and said, all right, we only have 1 pick left. We got to take him at 16. I can't explain any other way he fell to that spot.
See, man, it's like they're watching your stuff, man.
Exactly. I can't think of another explanation here. And since the Blues did listen to me, what grade? I gave the Blues an A+ for Lawrence at 11. So yeah, they're gonna get. I really like Matt Degaday. I had him at 18 in the initial mock a few weeks ago, but I felt like the Blues. This is a team that I felt like could stash and develop in Maddox Degaday. Since I already had him going to the Blues, I can just copy and paste the write-up, and then I am done with that write-up. So yeah. And then we're on to the LA Kings at 17. So, yes, that is the pick. And then I'm going to Maddox Degaday, and then I'll update the news ticker here. I'll update the news ticker for
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we still have
Who should we put on the cover for the rounds 1 through 17 through 32? I'm thinking we'll go with Ethan Belchetz, but
possible. But the Kings are on the clock, and I imagine that the Anaheim Ducks probably took their guy, so they might be going to their next guy on the list.
I had Ilya Morozov going here.
Oh, you did. You know what? This might be that might actually what they do.
Because Kopitar retired, they need another center to groom behind. If they need another center, just in case Byfield's the number 2 defense. Byfield's been the number 2 center. I think he can be the number 1 guy now, but they're going to need a number 2 behind Byfield now. So
exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of the thinking here.
They might even do that. Savanto, Oscar Savanto.
Yeah. I mean, Ethan Belchetz's jacket at the draft reminds me of the bling that Shadur Sanders wore on day 1 of the NFL draft a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, just look at the jacket, but yeah. I'm trying to get a picture of Belchetz in the red Windsor. I can live with the white Windsor. I just like the red a lot better. I think the red Windsor jersey just looks a lot better. It's like the Red Wings. I live with the white, but I think the red looks a lot better.
Looks better, yeah, I do too. Okay.
Come on. Give me a photo here, please. Just give me something. Belchetz. Okay, here we go. We got a Ethan Belchetz. His stride kind of looks choppy in this picture, but you can see Belchetz. You can see him in a red jersey. I'm just going to take this and run with it for just to save us a little bit of time. Is there a chance Ethan Belchitz falls out of the first round? Yes, but
I don't think so.
I don't think it's very likely. And at this point,
yeah, I don't either.
I'm just going to go with that for the photo for right now.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Guerin. Can we move along here?
There we go. If Quinn Hughes doesn't re-sign with Minnesota, I'm going to hold the draft hostage. That's what he should say, because he doesn't have a pick until the third round. And Bill Guerin, I get it, he won GM of the Year, and I think that's largely due to two things, the Quinn Hughes trade and U.S. winning the gold. I think those...
yeah, I would agree with that. So we're getting at 9-10 here, and we still haven't made the 16th pick yet.
Yeah.
What is going on here, people? I'm sorry, the 17th pick.
Yeah, I'm getting an Ethan Belchitz photo to up.
Really? You still giving them another 2.5 minutes? They've been on the clock.
Look at you. You sound like Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm. The Kings have already been on the clock for the last 2 minutes. The GM of the Year award, that doesn't count as an intermission during the draft.
You know?
It's an intermission. That's exactly what Larry David would say if he were watching the draft. And if Gary Bettman wanted to win some points with the viewers, could have Larry David announce the LA Kings draft pick right here at number 17.
The way they're doing this, man, they're not going to be done in time, dude. They're absolutely not going to be done in time. You still have almost 18 more picks yet to go, and it's 11 after 9. You are not going to make it to 10 o'clock, man. It's not going to happen.
I think they'll make it to 11, but they won't make it to 10. Unless they just scramble. They scramble.
I mean, you know, y'all want to have this special night with Linda Cohen's last Sports Center, but y'all ain't gonna make it at 10 o'clock the way y'all are doing this.
Well, she's gonna be on the 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. version of Sports Center.
We now join our regularly scheduled program, already in progress.
Yep. That's what's gonna happen. Gary Bettman's going to send Linda Cohn to the retirement home without a send-off. Or maybe it'll be 11:59 and they'll allow Linda Cohn to announce the 32nd pick in the first round. That'll be her send-off.
So, 18. Where is it? Times 3. Right. Okay. If everybody gets 3 minutes for the next 18 picks, right?
Yeah.
That puts us at.
So I'm going to quickly load the Blues pick, and then we'll. I'm going to quickly load them because they took Dagenais at plus grade, and then yes, like I said, Stanley Cup Hurricanes merch. You can get that on Fanatics. They are one of my affiliate partners. But yes, I do have the Ethan Belchitz photo up. Yes, so that's 17 through 32. If Belchitz drops the second round, we'll just put the next best player that gets picked in the first round afterwards. But I'm not going to worry about it right now because...
Yeah. Oh, man. If they do the last 18 picks and everybody gets 3 minutes, that puts them at 10-20.
Yeah.
And now we have a trade alert. So whoever the next team is that's going to be on the clock is going to get another 3 minutes.
The Utah Mammoth have traded up. We don't know what the Utah Mammoth have given up to move up this spot, but yes. 19 and 83 have been sent to the LA Kings. So The LA Kings get 19 and 83.
And Utah gets 3 minutes.
Yep.
So I'm going to tell you right now, right? They're not going to be able to do it. It's not going to be over until
This is
10:30.
like this NHL draft has turned into a Law and Order episode where they keep playing the Law and Order intro. That's basically where we're at, Ron.
Pretty much.
We
just waited 3 minutes for
wait
LA.
3 minutes for the NHL GM of the year, and then the Kings take it down to 3 minutes. Then they make a trade. It's like calling NHL customer support, and then they just keep playing the Law and Order song on the hotline. And it's just, yeah, that's basically.
Stay tuned. A representative will be with you in just a moment. with that awful music in the background, right?
The awful Law and Order intro in the background. Bum, 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 bum. That's basically tonight's NHL draft with all the trades.
I knew there was going to be some trades in the first round. You know what I mean? I knew there was going to be some trades, but.
And now that this trade's officially official, I'm going to copy this top 16 to. I'm going to copy and paste this top 16 rounds.
Now we got Utah on the clock here. I think we're going to see Belchats go.
I agree. They need a left winger to stash and develop long term.
Right? Or either that, or we might see the Novotny, or however you say that name. Adam Novotny from Petersburg Pete's.
Yeah, I think I mocked Novotny at 19. I'm not sure. Let me double check. I'm going to update.
Is that how you say his name, Novotny?
Yeah, I'm going to update both the mock draft and the draft simulator here, because I've got the mock draft. I've got the NHL draft results updated. So now we're just going to update 17 and 19 on the simulator here. So now people could pick with Utah at 17 and Los Angeles Kings. Yeah, I'm not going to have time to update the simulator tomorrow with how fast everything's going to be. Like, literally, everything's going to be so fast. The picks are going to come in so fast tomorrow.
Yeah, here we go. Here's our pick.
All right.
Finally, 6 minutes later. So that's what you need to do. You need to make a trade so you get that extra 3 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, and we're going to have a guest announce the first pick. Because, of course.
Yep. And, yep, so Utah.
A day with the Stanley Cup they're showing instead of announcing this pick.
Yep. And then 13 was the Islanders. They took Malte Gustafsson. 14 was Hemming. And then 15 was the Ducks. They took Klepov. And then at 16, we saw the Blues take another center winger in Maddox Deganey. So, all right. And I've updated it so now everyone can see the Utah pick whenever it comes in on the simulator here. But yeah, I'll reload the site here. Make sure we have make sure this is updated so that people see the Mammoth pick when it comes in. All right, there we go. There we go. Everything's updated now. And we're going to if someone's leaked the Mammoth pick, we're just going to read it just to save us a little bit of time. And the pick has not been leaked. Instead, we're honoring the NHL runner-up Vegas Golden Knights. And they don't pick for another 10 selections, by the way, and we're honoring them during Utah's pick. Look, gonna put these Vegas Golden Knights up here when Utah's picking, at least have the decency to trade with Utah for the pick
or something. I mean, the fact that we've been sitting here now for 9 minutes, right? So are you guys going to make the selection for the Mammoth now?
Well, I don't know. They're honoring players. They're honoring this Vegas Golden Knights youth camp. But yes, 1983 are going to Vegas. Or 1983 are going to Utah. Freaking, we do have another trade. The Bruins have acquired J.J. Peterka from the Utah Mammoth as of 10 minutes ago. I'm wondering if Utah's going to be picking at 23 and they're going to announce that trade at pick 23 because it says as of 10 minutes ago that the Bruins acquired Peterka from the Utah Mammoth. So they're probably going to announce that trade at pick 23 just to delay things.
So we are definitely not going to be done at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, pretty much.
We might not even make 11.
Yep, Linda Cohn, her final 2 sports centers are 10 and 11 p.m. This has been Gary Bettman's plan, is to delay both sports centers and get her in the retirement home. Can we please just announce the pick? There are people that dislike the Vegas Golden Knights, but holding the draft hostage is just a new low. Ethan Belchets is the pick. Multiple sources have confirmed it is Ethan Belchets. So Belchets is officially the pick. This is going to be an A+. Yeah, so Ethan Belchets is the selection. 2 people leaked the pick on X. I wasn't going to announce the pick leak, but you took way too long, NHL. This is your punishment. This is your punishment for taking so long and holding us hostage. This is your punishment. It's a fair punishment. It's not like a harsh punishment. It is a legit fair punishment.
I mean, check this out, folks. 6'5", 229 pounds, right? He's a left winger, shoots left. Guess where he's playing, right? He played with the Windsor Spitfires last year, 57 games.
Was the first pick in the OHL draft 2 years ago, and you know Bill Armstrong, the Utah Mammoth GM, he loves size.
Yes, and he's got size, 6'5". He scored 34 goals, 25 assists, 59 points. He was a +19. Guess where he's committed to play next year, Chris?
Where?
Michigan State.
I didn't know he was heading off to college next year. Okay, that is news to me.
That Michigan State team, like I said, man, you might as well pencil that boy in, right?
Yeah.
He's a playmaker at center.
Mont narrowed it down to Michigan and Michigan State. I think he picked the wrong Michigan school, to be completely honest with you, Ron.
Well, you know. He's got good speed, man. He skates really well. Takes the pucks off the wall in the defensive zone. Is able to use his size a little bit, is able to do those give and goes, tic-tac-toe plays, is really good at that, right? He's got good hockey IQ, okay? I really like this guy as of Elite Prospects. Thank you for their awesome scouting reports that they post out there now, you know what I mean? So big shout out to Elite Prospects, but really like this pick. I'm going with an A on this one as well, too, man.
I'm giving it an A+. You can give it an A. I'm giving it an A+. Maybe
all right, A+. I'm not going to disagree with that.
I'm just very high on Belchets. This is a guy who, Ethan Belchets was also someone that an OHL, because I did a podcast with an OHL scout prior to the 2025 OHL draft. That scout told me Belchets could be a top 5 pick in this draft. He fell to 17. But people are questioning, he broke his clavicle in March. People are questioning his lateral agility on tape, the analytics. And I think the analytics people are overthinking this guy. Armstrong probably watched the tape and said, I love this big body SOB. He plays with grit. He plays with heart. And that's how moved up to get him.
Exactly. And that's where I put him. But like I said, man, going to Michigan State next year, I mean, Gosh, can you imagine the players that Michigan State's going to have now with him and Lawrence and all the other guys that are going to be going there? It's like, okay,
Ryan
Michigan
Lawrence is going
State's
to
going to be
Boston
tough.
U, but yeah, they've got another Lawrence. But yeah.
All right. So now we got. Is this the St. Louis pick now, or? Oh, this is the Capitals on the clock at 18. They've done really well in the last couple of drafts with Crystal and Leonard.
Just finished the write-up for Belchet's, Ron. So I'll add that to and I was able to update the simulator too. So you'll see Utah here at 17. I did not update it for the third round yet, but I'll do that after the show. I don't want to reload this simulator unless another trade happens, and I know for a fact another trade will happen. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen.
Do we think we're going to see Ryan Lynn here go to the Capitals?
Honestly, that would be a great pick. If they do need defense, so that would be a great pick.
Absolutely. And the next other,
I heard they loved Igor Shilov, and I heard they loved Maddox Deganey, but the Blues took Deganey, so yeah.
Well, I mean, they made some trades for forwards and stuff. You know what I mean? We might see we might see that defenseman go here for them, but maybe we'll see Ryan Lynn go here on this one.
I think it'll be either Ryan Lynn or it'll be a center. I don't think it'll be a winger. I think it'll be Ryan Lynn or it'll be a center since they traded Hendricks Lapierre to Pittsburgh.
Well, Sheeloff would be one. Jack Hextall could be one. Ilya Morozov could be one. Right? Those are all centers.
I'm thinking Daniil Boot. They're 20. Daniil Boot will probably be the fourth line left winger now because Peterka did get traded to Boston. JJ Peterka, he did get traded. Yeah. I'm making sure I didn't with the Nashville write-up. I'm making sure I've typed because they traded I think they traded Svechkov. Yeah, they did. They traded Svechkov to Colorado. I think they may have traded Laheru as well. But I don't have all the details in front of me.
Wow. Well, let me throw this at you. What if Philadelphia took Hextall?
I'm not as high on Hextall as the consensus is. I know. I think he's got to go to a team where he can play behind a really good first line center in order to have a lot of success. If he goes to a team where he has to be the number one center, I don't think it's going to work out as well for him.
Okay.
I think if he went to a team like, I don't know, Vegas, where he played behind Eichel, I think that'd be an excellent fit. If he went to a team like Philadelphia, I don't know if they'd get the most out of him. But I really like Hurlbear. That's the guy.
Oliver Savanto goes to the Capitals. Right, played in the Liga last year.
Yep.
He's a center, 6'3", 209 pounds, left shot, left-handed. Right.
Yep. Oliver Savanto. That's not a bad pick for Washington at 18. Let me go back to the simulator here.
In the Liga, he's got 48 games, 2 goals, 9 assists for 11 points, +3. Played in 1 playoff game with no points. Played for the Finnish World Junior team. Played in 5 games, 1 goal, 2 assists.
Yep.
He was a
He
-2.
was mainly a third, fourth line guy on Tapara, but he was a line one guy on Finland in the international tournaments. And a lot of fans that don't follow the Liga or don't follow the international leagues, they put a lot of stock into what they see in the international tournaments. Because if you live in the United States, that's the only action you get with these international players is what
correct
they do in the tournament.
Right.
So,
but he might still be in the Liga for next year too. Is he signed until 27 or 28?
I have the write-up for him. I mocked him in the late first round at 28 to Montreal. So, yeah. It's almost like the Capitals saw my mock and said, "We're not letting this happen. Rabble, rabble, rabble." And then they took Savato. But, yeah, I had Savato to Montreal at 28, and Savato is under contract with Tapara. I think his contract with Tapara expired. So I think he's going back. No, never mind. Since his contract in Finland is up after next season, so he can go to the NHL in 2027.
That's what I wanted to see when his contract was up, because it has him listed here with Tapara from the Liga for 27. So
yeah, he 26, 27 Tapara, and then his contract with Tapara is up.
Okay.
So I'm guessing what will happen is he will be on the Capitals in 2028, but he will spend 2027, 2028 on the Hershey Bears in the AHL.
More than likely. Because he'll finish his final year with the Liga.
It'll be a 3-year arc to Washington. This year, Tapara. Next year, Hershey Bears. 2028, Washington Capitals. I think that's his 3-year arc.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that 100%, man. Man, I'll tell you what. Him playing down in Hershey, boy, that's going to be a big bump for them.
Yeah, you might have to go to some Hershey Bears games to see him. I mean, that's going to be... He's going to be a beast there.
I mean, I went to go see Chris Stahl play for Hershey, right?
Yeah.
In his draft year, I went to go see that. So, I mean, that was really cool. So I'll probably go see some of these guys here too for Hershey as well, because they're good players, you know what I mean? And so,
yeah.
All right. Well, now we're at pick number 19 with LA on the clock again.
Yep. I'm still in the process of getting the write-up typed. What grade am I going to give this? I don't know what grade I'm going to give this. I have
to say I would give this a B.
I'm leaning towards... I'm looking at the centers I have ahead of him. I have Shilov ahead of him. I have Morozov ahead of him.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving it a B.
I've got 3 ahead of him. I got Rubrok ahead of him, but I think he's more of a winger. And I've got Marcus Ruck ahead of him. So this is either a B or a B minus for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of going B because, well, he does have the size.
Solid B. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, so I would give him a B.
Because I don't think Rubrok should count if he's converted to left winger. He should not count as a 6th center ahead of him. I think
right. Yeah, no, I agree with that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go B. But this is why you deliberate these things. If you're uncertain, consult a friend. Ask for another opinion. Try to get a better read on the situation here. There we go. Write-up is done. Savato write-up is fine. Oh, I didn't list the... But yeah, that's going to be a B grade. All right, so there we go. Savato. But there's still a lot of good centers on the board. And then the LA Kings are going to have number 19.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be... that's going to be a lot of fun. See what they do with these... next 2 picks, but yes, and
so they have Hermanson, Nordmark, Hubler as their top guys remaining. Tommy Blau, Adam Glozier, or Golger.
Yep.
Hackinson, Ryan Lynn at number 8. So those are the best players left on the board as far as that's concerned. I'm not crazy about their remaining list here, but well, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, there we go. So everything's updated. News ticker's updated on the site. News ticker's not updated on our NHL. All right, so
oh my, they took Elon Hermanson.
Elton Hermanson, my best player available. That is an A+. He was number 1 on my big board.
All right, there you go. Let's take a look at Mr. Hermanson. Man, I'll tell you what.
Moto Hockey.
All these guys that are coming off the board, right, are just killing Philadelphia. Right? Because they're at pick number 21. They don't have any capital to move up, and they're watching all these best players just go away. Right?
Well, you got
Elton Hermanson, 6'1", 183 pounds. Yep. He's a right winger, left winger. He shoots right. He's 18 years old. Played for Sweden. Played for their national team, and also played for the World Juniors for their Moto Hockey. He played 38 games, 11 goals, 10 assists, 21 points. He was a 9 + 9. Played in 13 playoff games. Had 1 goal, 1 point. Was a -9.
Yep. 12th on my big board. I had him going to New Jersey at 12. I love him. Your best player on my board was Elton Hermanson. So
he's another one of those, Chris, that I think is signed until next year. After next year, the 27, right?
Yep.
He's got some gold medals. He's got silver medal with Linka Gretzky Cup, right? And then he's got World Junior Gold. Hermanson dominates the puck consistently, able to drive play and creates quality chances for himself through his superior elusiveness and handling abilities. The puck stays glued on his stick even at high speeds. He's got good anticipation, and he plays really well with his size, okay? So this kid's got some skating ability and some speed. So he's got some things to work on as far as that's concerned, but I really like this pick for them. I think this is a really good grade out on him. I have him pretty much as a grade A, but he needs to work on his physical side of the game, and some of his skating needs to work on a little bit more. But really like this. I usually
give teams that draft the best player on my board an A+. That's why I'm giving the Kings an A+, but you can argue.
Okay.
You could definitely argue it's an A. That argument has a ton of merit.
Right. Okay. So we got Buffalo now on the clock at pick 20. It looks like we're going to see this here quick, because you're running out of time here, boys. Well, this is another Buffalo selection here. Where do you think they're going to go, man?
I'm not sure where they're going to go. I'm just copying and pasting my Hermanson write-up for the LA so I can get it up quicker.
Ooh, wow. Could we see Novotny go? Or Ryan Lynn, maybe? Or, I don't know, man.
I feel like defensive awareness is the big area of improvement for Elton Hermanson, but everything else checked out. He's the son of Leonard Hermanson, who had a 17-year career as a professional player overseas in Sweden. So
exactly.
I do think that translates really well. And we don't know who the Sabres are going to take yet, but oh, good. Auto draft gave the Kings Hermanson. Auto draft gave the Kings Hermanson. Did my work for me. Awesome. How much time does Sabres have? 137. All right, perfect.
Don't you like it when things work out like that, man?
Yeah. Chris Brooks is saying trade 20 Sabres. We're not. No, we don't. Looks like Rangers and Sabres might be in the process of making a deal. I don't. No, it said look like Sabres and.
Okay. Well, they're down to 14 seconds, so there's nobody walking up there on stage. They're doing a Gavin McKenna interview, so we're going to wait another 9 minutes for a pick.
Sabres fans thought they were getting Hellebuyck and picking 8th overall. Daxon Rudolph it is, little guy. That's what a Winnipeg Jets fan said. Daxon Rudolph can't spell Sabres, little because he put like a B, he put like an R, he put E before R in Sabres. Yeah, it's just.
Oh, they are going to pick.
Let's see what the Sabres do at 20.
Oh, they got to have
I think it's a center here. I don't know who they're going to pick. And Thurman Thomas is coming back on the stage.
Ilya Morozov goes to the Buffalo Sabres.
Well, that was the top center on my board.
He was another one I was projecting for the Flyers at 21, but Ilya Morozov.
JT Hurlbear. If the Flyers listen to me, they could still get JT Hurlbear at 21.
Well, that's if they listen to you, but
you don't have a lot of confidence that they're going to listen to me.
No. Ilya Morozov, 6'3", 201 pounds, right?
Yep. So
played with Miami of Ohio last year, right? 36 games, 8 goals.
Ilya Morozov was the number 2 player on my board behind Ryan Lynn. And since the Sabres drafted Daxon Rudolph, they don't really need Ryan Lynn. So I'm debating, is this an A or is this an A+?
I don't know, man. I like this as a he's a true defensive stalwart. He angles, rushes to the outside, emphatically runs over the puck carrier with a motor that never stops.
A+ mainly because this is he played in the NCAA as a 17-year-old, and because the Sabres' biggest need was a center. So that's why I'm leaning A. Well, what do we give the Sabres? We gave them an A for Rudolph, so we'll give them an A for Morozov here.
Yeah. You'd have to do. Definitely have to do that.
All right, so A.
No arguments here.
But it's still a great pick regardless. Second best player on the board.
I mean, he led Tri-City Americans in the USHL in 24-25.
Yeah, he was on the Tri-City Storm in the USHL. Tri-City Americans is the Western Hockey League team, but regardless, he was great in that role. But yeah, 20 points on Miami, Ohio. So
I'm sorry, Tri-City Storm. My mistake. Tri-City Storm, not Americans. Tri-City Storm. Because he did play in the USHL. He led the USHL in points in his rookie year. With the Tri-City Storm. Sorry, my mistake.
Yep, just got to type in Miami, Ohio Redhawks logo.
But he's 17, man.
Yeah.
17 and 6'3", 201 pounds.
Yep.
He's a big dude. He is definitely a big dude. So we got, let's see here. Oh, no. The Flyers are on the clock. Here's your shot, buddy. Here's your shot. Do they go for J.P. Hubler?
Well, the top player on my board is Ryan Lynn, and then I've got Igor Shilov, who I had at 18 on my board, right behind Morozov as my number 2 best player available. Number 3 on my big board is Adam Novotny. Liam Ruckley, right winger from Medicine Hat, is 4th, and then Hurlbear is 5th. So
Well,
you got a lot of good options here.
Yeah, we're going to see. By the way, guess where he's committed to play next year?
Crap. Auto draft's only on 100 seconds. They're ahead of the Flyers on the clock. Hopefully, auto draft does not give the Flyers the wrong player. But auto draft's been 2 for 2 tonight when jumping the gun on things. So if that trend continues, the Flyers will get Ryan Lynn.
Oh, okay.
If auto draft is correct, again, I'm not anticipating they will be. Auto draft, if they jump the gun on a pick, they have to be wrong at a certain point.
Yeah, I think they might be wrong on this one here. He's a defender at 5'11", 176 pounds. That's probably why he's not been picked yet.
I think he will get picked tonight, but I don't know when he will get picked.
Yeah. But I do like the other guy that you said, Shilov, right? That's not a bad move.
Igor Shilov's a beast.
That would be right up what we needed for the Flyers, man.
I am big on Igor Shilov.
Okay. I like him then too. If you're big on him, I'm going to go with him.
I had him at 16 in my initial mock, but then I moved him down to 18 because I figured that was the player the Capitals would take. And Igor Shilov, I'll pull up.
I haven't seen anything on him.
Write-up, but Igor, most have Shilov in round 2. He is a gem in this draft. Igor Shilov had 82 points in his rookie season in the QMJHL. He was he's 3rd overall in the CHL import draft. And he had 82 points as a rookie in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. So, and he's 6'1", 180. He's a guy a lot of people aren't talking about. A lot of people are sleeping on him.
Well,
I think he's a first-round talent, but most mocks have him in round 2. But I think he's a first-round talent.
So then this would be a perfect spot for Philadelphia to swoop in and maybe get
and Igor Shilov's going to Penn State this fall.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's Russian.
Yeah.
He would play really well with Michkov.
That's what I'm saying. He'd have incredible chemistry with Michkov.
Dude, pick him. 14 seconds left for Philadelphia on the clock.
50 assists. Are you really going to say no to 50 assists, Daniel Briere?
You better not. Oh man, fingers crossed. Do me good. Do me good. Because look, I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? I think that
Charlie O'Connor, Flyers trading down, it appears.
I really feel that their pick from not last year, but the year before with Jet Luchenko, I think that's going to be a bust.
I think Luchenko's going to be better than the guy they got in last year's draft, Jack Nesbitt.
Nesbitt's projecting better than Luchenko.
But I'm not really high on either of them, though. That's the problem.
Though I'm with you on that, but I really think that's going to be a problem, man.
I'm guessing the Flyers wanted to trade down, but they couldn't find a partner, so they're just taking their guy here.
Yeah.
No, Flyers
sure that's what's going on. They got rid of Garnet Hathaway on Thursday late, right? And they picked up a 3rd round pick.
Flyers have traded down. We don't know the return yet. Sounds like the Flyers are about to make a trade. Flyers are making a trade. Jamie Baskow, he is an insider for the Philadelphia Flyers team website, FlyersNittyGritty.com. He's saying the Flyers have traded this pick. This Penguins fans like the Flyers better not take Ryan Lynn. They're not going to take Ryan Lynn, but who are they trading with? I suggested the Blackhawks would move 34 and 37 earlier to get back into the first round to get a player they wanted. I'm wondering who they are. I agree the Flyers need a center, but we don't know who the heck they're going to trade for. San Jose has traded 27, 62, and 120. Okay, that is a good haul by Daniel Briere. You move down 6 spots, you get a second and a fourth. That's a pretty good haul. I don't blame Briere for moving down. That's a great haul.
What do we get?
27, 62, and 120. So Colorado's second, 27 and 120. That's a good haul of picks to get. If you had just gotten 1 or 2 picks, I'd say no, but you got 3 picks. So I think that's a good trade.
A really late first round, and then you got 53 and 62 in the second round.
Yep.
And then you got 120 in, what is that, the fourth round?
Yeah.
I am not. You had a chance to get a really good player. I think Pittsburgh is going to come and swoop in and take the player that you all wanted on your board. I kind of was thinking they were going to trade down, but man, geez.
I'm going to charge the iPad. It's at 10%. I'm not signing off on TalkShoe, but you'll have to, if you're on TalkShoe listening to me, you'll have to go over to Restream and join Ron and myself for the NHL draft coverage. You have to, because iPad's at 10%. I'm going to charge it, and then I wish I could get the iPad charger a little bit closer to. Can I get it closer to me? Well, let me try something here.
Yeah, man.
If I unplug this water filter cooler, if I unplug that water filter cooler, which I don't need to plug in, I put the iPhone. Well, the problem with that is if I put that in, my computer charger doesn't work. But
well, man, decisions.
Yeah.
By the way, just to let you know, just to keep us on track, right? We are at 9:51, and we're just now getting pick 21.
Freaking! I accidentally unplugged my cable. I accidentally unplugged my television, but I did get the iPad plugged into. I got the iPad plugged in, so it's at a good distance. It's not near the computer, but it's close enough. But I don't even know who the hell the Sharks picked because I accidentally unplugged my cable.
Sharks just picked Ryan Lynn.
A player that I mocked to San Jose in my very first mock draft.
There you go.
That's going to get an A+.
There you go. 5'11", 176-pound defenseman, right-hand shot defenseman. Really good.
The Sharks are just pushing this draft. Mike Grier. This is like.
I mean, playing for the Vancouver Giants with an A on his sweater in the WHL. He had 53 games, 14 goals, 43 assists. 57 points.
This is the type of draft that's going to get Mike Grier a potential cup in the future if they keep, because this is the type of draft they needed to have. They came away with
the University of Denver next year.
They came away with 2 defensemen in my top 15. I had Ryan Lynn at number 4 in my first NHL mock draft.
Nice.
In my first NHL mock draft, I had Keaton Verhoff at 2, Ivor Stenberg at 3, and Ryan Lynn at 4. And the Sharks got all of them. They got
so Ryan Lynn played 3 games.
4 players in my preseason mock. 3.
Wow.
So yes, they are the big winner tonight.
I'm with you.
I would argue they won up the Islanders from last year, which is just, and it's hard to argue that because the Islanders got Schaefer last year. It's hard to argue that, but it's
right.
But it's like, yeah, that's how good.
Wow.
Sharks have done.
So yeah, Ryan Lynn played in the Prospect Challenge game. Didn't have any points. Also played 5 games in the Helenka Gretzky Cup for the Canadian team. 2 goals, 3 points, 2 goals, 3 points, 3 assists, 5 points. He was a +9. So this is a good pick. He's going to University of Denver next year. So yeah, this is a good pick, man. Ryan Lynn, I think he's a good player. He needs to grow a little bit. Hopefully he can. He's 18, but he's only 5'11".
Yeah, I didn't think accidentally unplugging my TV would backfire as badly as it has, but yeah, so I'm going to get the Ryan Lynn grade up. Okay, now it's finally working. Thank you, Comcast. Thank you. Thank you.
So the Penguins are on the clock.
I'm in the process of getting the write-up for Ryan Lynn. Just give me a few minutes. I had to get the iPad. And I'll update this. We now know it's the Sharks picking here. So I just need to update the pick and post it. And I'm not even upset with auto draft because, well, auto draft was correct, but they were incorrect about the Flyers keeping the pick. So see, auto draft did its job.
I mean, it was the right pick at the right place. It just was the wrong team.
Yes, and I'll have to update the simulator so that the Flyers are now at 27 instead of 21. But auto draft was 3 for 3. I am counting that. A wrong team, but they had the right player in mind. So yes, see, auto draft is just in the zone tonight.
I'm telling you, man.
This is going to be an A+. It's an
easy my buddy that I do my Hockey Writers Inc. show with on occasion, he's a guest star, but he also does the OMB podcast. Isaiah from the OMB podcast, he's like, man, I hope the Flyers draft Ryan Lynn, and I had to break his heart and be like, yeah, they traded back. So no Ryan Lynn for you. Man. Well, here we go. So now I think we got Hurlbert, we got Villeneuve, we got Blyle, we got Mathis Preston, we got Liam Ruck, we got Igor Shilov. Maybe this is what they traded back to get him because he's still on the board for the Flyers. You know what I mean? But frankly, I think that Pittsburgh is going to take. You know, we haven't seen yet is a goaltender.
I'm wondering exactly what they're going to do here. But yes, San Jose, I finally have the Ryan Lynn write-up posted. And, yep, we're on 11%. So because we're charging the iPad's at 11%.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so she's high on Laver Gashilov, too, and she's high on Trejbal.
Yeah, yeah. And here comes the pick for the Penguins. Liam Ruck.
Liam Ruck. Apparently the Penguins are Liam Ruck is third on my board behind Shilov and Novotnoy. Liam Ruck that's an A- for me.
Okay. Played with Medicine Hat. He's right hand.
Yeah, I had him at 20. So this is great value for him.
For Pittsburgh because they need some help. You know what I mean? Especially on those front lines. You know what I mean? For sure. He's a right hand shot forward, 6 foot, 176 pounds. He's 18. Excuse me. Played for Medicine Hat at WHL, 68 games.
Yeah, him and his twin brother both really stepped up after him and his twin brother stepped up after Gavin McKenna left.
45 goals, 59 assists for 104 points and a +47.
It's an A- in terms of value, but it's the best player at right winger. So you could argue A-, A+.
I would go A. I would go A- on that one for sure because it's definitely
A- value, A+, because look at the simulator here for Pittsburgh. A- value, A+ position. That averages out to an A. I'm going to go A-.
There you go. I'm with you on that. He's committed to University of North Dakota for next year.
North Dakota, they're another one of these powerhouses. They're going to have Dak. I think they're going to have Verhoff, and they're going to have Verhoff.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to be pretty good, man. They're definitely going to be pretty good.
They're getting another defender from this draft. I just don't remember which one.
Right.
Give me a second here to copy and paste the Liam Ruck write-up here. It's just, all right. So Liam Ruck, I had Liam Ruck going.
Hey, wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy if Philadelphia had picked his brother at 27?
Yeah. I think we had 17 A+ grades in the first round of the NBA draft.
Yeah, man.
16 for the MLS. I will keep track of how many we've had. I'm going to quickly go through this and see how many we had. We had 3 in the top 3, and then we had Chase Reed was number 4, A+ number 4. Verhoff was A+ number 5. Lawrence was A+ 6. And then Columbus was A+ 7. Anaheim was A+ 8, and then the Blues was A+ 9, and then 10 was Utah. 10 was Utah. 11 was the Kings, and then San Jose's at 12. So, but if we count all the A's combined, A and A minuses, we're probably at like 17 or 18. I'm not going to do that right now. I'll do that.
Yeah, easily.
I still got to type the write-up. But yeah, we're at 12 A+ grades. This is on pace to surpass the ML. Well, 6 more and you beat the NBA. 5 more, you tie them. 4 more and you tie the MLS for second. So it's a pretty good start by the NHL draft class this year.
I would say. By the way, we are at 10:01. Sorry, Linda.
Oh, Utah has 23 now. Did they get this pick from Boston in the John Jason Peterka trade? Because Boston traded Peterka. Boston traded for Peterka, so they must have gave Utah this pick.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's what this is for. Yeah, they get number 34 and number 23.
All right, so
they get a 2028 first round pick too.
And Boston gave up a haul to get Peterka.
Yeah, well, Boston needs some
help. This
tells
me that Dallas wanted way too much for Robertson. That's what this tells me, because Dallas probably wanted multiple ones, 2, preferably 3 for Robertson. If all these GMs are pivoting away from Robertson, that tells me that these teams are settling for leftovers because they know Robertson's out of their price range in terms of draft picks. They'd rather pay 2 picks for this guy and get Robo on the open market than give up 4 first-round picks on an offer sheet. That's what this tells me, Ron.
Yeah, it does. And that also tells me, too, that more than likely he will be re-signed by Dallas.
Yes.
And I'm all for that.
Celebrate yet, but it's more than likely that that's going to be what ends up happening.
And I'm all for that because I love him down there in Dallas. I mean, he's one of my favorite players. I absolutely think he got a raw deal.
First round grade on him in 2017. I actually mocked him the Boston Bruins. I had Kyle Connor to the Boston Bruins in 2015 as well. If Don Sweeney had listened to me back in the day, he might have won the 2019 Stanley Cup, because if you put Kyle Connor and Robo on that 2019 Bruins team, they probably beat the Blues, and they probably beat Florida with those 2 as well when they won the President's Trophy.
Yeah, probably. Oh my gosh, dude! All right,
All right. Yeah.
4 seconds here for the woolly mammoths.
I will update this. I'm not going to update the simulator because the picks are moving in so damn fast, but I will update San Jose from Philly. They took San Jose took Arlen. And then 22 was Pitt. They took L. Ruck.
So Detroit traded to get pick number 23.
So Detroit, are we going to see Larkin to Utah for 23? Because you don't have a first round pick. I'm wondering if they sent Larkin to Utah. Sebastian Casa.
Hold on.
So goalie Sebastian Casa has been traded to Utah in exchange. So the Mammoth now have Michael Hrabel and Casa, and the Red Wings have this pick.
And, of course, they're going to get 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. I mean, you had all this time to make the trade, yet you still need another 3 more minutes for your pick.
Steve Yzerman's like, the NHL shall feel our wrath for Dylan Larkin requesting a trade. That's basically what Yzerman.
There hasn't been a deal made in the draft, right? I'm really surprised there wasn't a deal made in the draft for him. Are we going to see this go on July 1st now?
I think the Red Wings are waiting to see what happens with Robertson before they decide what they're going to do with Larkin. But
but I don't think that Robertson thing is going to be anytime soon either.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see here. What do you think Detroit's going to do? Because especially if they're going to get rid of Dylan Larkin, I mean, they got to do something.
It's probably going to be – I'm trying to think who is going to snipe Ron out of a center he wants. The Red Wings are definitely a candidate here. And then I think Vegas at 26 is the other candidate with William Paul's injury. I think the other team – I think Ottawa and Vancouver both need left wingers, though. Both need wingers, so I think if Detroit and Vegas both pass on a center, Philly could still get their guy at 27, but it hinges on that. And you as a Flyer fan are not happy that it hinges on that. You're a little concerned at this point.
Dude, I've been concerned since I found out that we only had the 21st pick and the 53rd pick, and then a 5th round and a 6th round. And then you traded that 6th round to get a 3rd round.
You got a 5th round, actually.
And then you traded the 21st overall pick.
But it was a great haul. 21, 27, 62, and 120. You get a 2nd and a 4th. That is a great haul, though.
I agree, but you better hope your boy is there still. Here we go. Detroit making the selection.
Let's see what we got here.
J.P. Hubler is
Yzerman
going to Detroit.
I have him listed as a center. I know some others have him listed as a winger. I have him listed as a center, so. And that is the best player on the board, I think. I'm looking at the simulator. I'm looking at the simulator here really quickly.
Yep.
So yeah, so
he's 6'1" or 6'.
Gobert was the number 2 center available behind Sheloff. So I'm going to give that an A, obviously.
Dude, 55 assists, 42 goals, 97 points, a +13 in 68 games with Kalamazoo Blazers with an A on his sweater. He's 6 foot.
You could argue it's an A+, but I have Sheloff a little bit higher than Hurlbert. I'm not going to criticize the pick. I love the pick.
I would say an A on this player, right?
Only reason I'm not going A+ is because I have Sheloff higher, but you could argue it's an A+, but I'm going A. I'm going A. I'm just going with A.
Committed to University of Michigan for next year.
Yep. And this is the thing, though. I don't think Marco Casper's a long-term number two center on the Red Wings. I don't.
Okay.
So you're going to trade, and I wasn't high on Nate Danielson either. Now, Hurlbear is a guy I absolutely freaking love. It doesn't matter where the Red Wings play him, whether it's left wing, center, right wing. I think he's going to be an impact player on that top six. And I think if you draft him to be your center and you trade Dylan Larkin, I think he is your first-line center down the road. I really do. So.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Check out the articles that Russ Cohen wrote about this guy. Had some good conversations with him at the Combine. Had some good write-ups about him, for sure. Hop on over to Sportsology and check out those articles there that Russ did about JP, man.
Yep, definitely. And I believe I'm just trying to find the exact right. Okay, the JP Hurlbear write-up. So maybe the Flyers get Sheilov at 27. They have to now.
That's what I'm looking at.
They kind of have to now with Hurl. They could have chose between Hurlbear and Sheilov if they had stayed, but
yeah. Well, we're at pick 24, and
to be fair, I think we've gone the entire draft without handing a single C grade. To be fair to all 32 NHL teams, I don't think I've handed out a single C grade, and I think that says more about the strength of this draft than anything else.
See, now that's what I was exactly trying to talk about here, like since the very beginning when we first started talking about the 26th draft. I really felt that although we don't have that Matthew Schaefer, Macklin Celebrini, Connor Bedard player in this draft, you have a very deep draft. There's a lot of meat on this draft bone. And there's a lot of great defensemen and wingers and centers. It's just a deep draft as far as the number of players that are going to be good quality NHL players for long periods of time are coming out of this draft.
I agree. And
so here we are.
Vancouver's now on the clock. Yeah, I'm on TalkShoe. There used to be a podcaster on TalkShoe named Chuck in Vancouver. That was his actual name.
Oh, really?
Vancouver. Yeah. That was his name, Chuck in Vancouver. But yeah,
wow. Do we think we're gonna see the Hellebuck trade, or do you think we're gonna wait till we see?
I don't think I don't think they're gonna trade Helly, but they need better defenders for him. Like. He's at the point where he deserves to be traded if they're not going to provide him with good defense. He's at the point where he's earned the right to demand a trade because Winnipeg, they had two defensemen. They had the defenseman they drafted the first round of the 2013 draft, Josh Morrissey, and then they got this other guy playing with him on the top line. But I don't think he's as good as Morrissey, and I just as good as Josh Morrissey is, I feel like he's a number 2 or a number 3 versus a number 1.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
He's been serviceable as a number 1, but you don't have anyone to compliment him on that top line.
Right.
And I feel like that has hindered Hellebuck more than anything else, despite Winnipeg's done a far better job than a lot of the Canadian teams in keeping their talent after their talent becomes UFAs. They've done because a lot of these Canadian teams, once the players they draft go from draft picks to RFAs to UFAs, a lot of the times they're sellers and they implode. I give Winnipeg credit for keeping their core together. Mark Scheifele, Hellebuck, Kyle Connor. I give them credit, but
yeah. I mean, that's pretty tough to do, especially in this day and age with the free agency and the way things are rolling. But I absolutely believe, though, that we're gonna see Hellebuck on a different team next year. It's just gonna be, what's that deal gonna be? And I also think it's gonna hinge on what happens with Bobrovsky.
Yeah.
Okay, because of the goalies that are potentially out there and available, you know what I mean? Bobrovsky is going to command a serious amount of money, and Hellebuck is going to command a serious amount of money. And it's just all going to depend on which team is going to have the deep pockets or to be able to give up the picks or the defense for the Jets and or, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of things that are going to hinge on what's going on.
Yep.
Vancouver for their second selection in the first round. And we're going to get What is this? Spencer Moore? Oh, he's a sled hockey player?
The Islanders took Cole Iserman, which means Vegas took Trevor Connolly, and so Cole Iserman in that Islander prospect pool in addition to Eklund, and Vegas they got Trevor Connolly. Maybe Connolly's developed enough to where they felt comfortable with moving on from Dorofiev, because Connolly, you got Connolly, and you got those additional first round picks. So maybe that was the thought. Plus, Vegas has to get younger. I mean, Eichel's now 30. Mark Stone's approaching 35 pretty soon. Vegas has to get younger.
At least they have to get younger. So
that's why selling high on Dorofiev and recouping some draft picks made a lot of sense for them.
So this little guy here is going to announce the pick for them.
Yep.
That's cool. They're a sled hockey guy. I think he's talking in French. Nope. Adam Novotny.
It's almost like these teams are watching our live stream.
How canny is that, right?
I mean, I had Igor Shilov at 1 on my board, and then Novotny at 2.
Okay.
But Novotny's the Canucks pick, and yeah. So Novotny, and they need a left winger, and this was the top one available. So this is going to be what grade did we give Vancouver? A plus. We're going to give them another A plus here. So
I thought we did.
Yeah, we Malhotra at 3 and Novotny, because I had Novotny at the top left winger on the board. I was thinking they'd have to settle for someone like Ryan Rubrook, but Novotny fell to their lap. I mean, that is a fantastic pick by Vancouver, and yeah.
I mean, 58 games, 34 goals, 31 assists. That's 65 points, right, for Peterborough Pete's in the OHL.
So that's A plus number. That's A plus number 13, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree 100%.
But we've had a lot of A's and A minuses. So to the teams that got A's and A minuses, don't be discouraged. It's only the first day, and a lot of teams have nobody's done enough to get a C grade yet. That's something you should be proud of if you're a fan of any of these teams drafting. Like none of these.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one for sure. Right. So he's 6'1", 205 pounds, left wing, right wing. He's a forward. He's from
Czechia, goals, which was tied for 4th most in the OHL.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Played in the Prospect Challenge game. Also played for Czechia in the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. He might be, I don't know. It doesn't say anything for him. He doesn't look like he's committed anywhere. He is 18. He's more than likely either going to make this team or go to the AHL. His birthday is in November. He's an 07 kid, so I mean, he's got the tools. He's an offensive forward, sniper, two-way player. You know what I mean?
I mean, very good pick here by Vancouver with
man.
This is an A plus for me. So Vancouver and San Jose are probably my 2 biggest winners so far.
So and Buffalo not too bad neither.
Buffalo 2 A grades.
Right, and St. Louis not doing too shabby either.
St. Louis had 2 A plus grades as well.
Yeah. So we got the Sens.
We're getting to the tipping point where now Trage Ball is going to become one of the top 2 players on my board. We're getting there.
Yes, we are. And with the Senators moving Kachuk, now I mean,
They need a left winger.
yeah.
Let's see. My best left winger, not named Novotny, is Novotny's not Rubrok and Mubwai. Those are my top 2 wingers available. Yep.
But we still have Sheloff as the best player so far, though.
I agree. Sheloff is the best player available, but Ottawa's stacked at center. They lose their 3rd line and 4th line left wingers, so and they lost Brady Tkachuk too. So for that reason, I would go with a left winger here.
Could they go defense?
They could go defense.
Right, because you got Xavier Villeneuve out there.
Well, they've got Carter Yakimchuk and Logan Hensler from last year's draft as well.
Okay.
That's the argument I'd make for them not going defense, but you could argue they will go defense.
I mean, you still got Ruck's brother out there. You still got Hextall out there. You still got Marcus Nordmark, William Hackinson. I mean, Mathis Preston is another one. The guy from Tapra, Yuho, Aaron, Aaron. That was a tough one. What are you gonna do, Ottawa? Let's go. Pick us in. Make the call. We're already at 10:20.
Yep.
Do you think we're going to make it to 11?
Finally done with the Vancouver Canucks write-up here.
Are we going to make it? Linda Cohn can't retire yet. Yeah, so much for wanting to be done by 10 o'clock, huh?
Gary, our next guest is a Ottawa Senators fan and a Braille translator. They will now put their hands on the numeric digits and translate the draft pick in Braille. Jonas Lagerberhone. I just added him to the simulator today. He was one of the last 4 players I added to the simulator before I started. So, wow.
6'2", 178 pounds from Sweden. Left winger. He's 18 years old.
I had him at 225 on our board, but I did notice that Lines.com had him at 33. Okay, to be fair. And I do like him more than Adam Anderson. But yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't play after. So the ACL injury, that does worry me, the medicals. So I'm not as high on this guy.
Wow.
I'm not
surprised
sure
they went there.
Give this. It's not gonna be anything higher than a C, but it's not. I don't want to give it an F, but at the same time, it's like, man, this is a big reach. It's a massive reach. I do. I think this is a reach. The medicals. I mean, the medicals.
Are we gonna have our first C grade?
They need a left winger. I think you could argue this is anywhere between an F and a C grade. I'm going to give it a D, but man, it's like he did have 16 points in 9 games prior to tearing his Achilles, and he's versatile enough to play.
I get you, but man, this was just way off the reservation.
To show you how far we had this guy on the draft simulator on, we had him at 225, and we just added him today. Lagerberg-Hohen. We just added him to the board today, and they need a left winger, not a right winger. So the fact that they took a right winger when they needed multiple left wingers does not sit well with me.
No, and that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
So
is he committed?
To give this an F grade, but I'll be lenient and give it a D grade, but I'm very tempted to give this an F grade.
Yeah, is he still committed to playing for his Swedish team?
Let me see. Let me see the. Let me see. Um, Jonas Lagerberghoen.
Yeah, he's still committed 27 till 27 to the.
Yeah, I do like him more than Adam Anderson, who some people had going in the first round. And he did play 2 SHL games, but he had 0 points in those games. All his points were with the under 20 team on Lexans. So, yeah.
I mean, he did play in 9 games and score 9 goals.
But that was with the under 20 team. That was not with the SHL team. That was with the under 20 team.
Right. And he did play in 5 games in the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. Didn't put any points up though.
Yeah. This is either a D or an F for me, and I don't really feel like handing out an F in the first round because I think Lagerberghoen is better than Anderson. To be fair, I mean, Anderson's Lexan tape was horrible, but his tape in Sweden in the tournament games was incredible. That's what pisses me off about Anderson is his Sweden tape's incredible. His Lexan's tape is horrible.
Not so much, yeah, right. Wow. So what are we going to do here with Vegas?
This is what I'm going to do for Ottawa. Ottawa, that is the official grade I'm giving Ottawa here, and I'm just going to type Ottawa's line combinations, and then we're going to get to, then we'll get to, oh, the simulator gave Vegas Trage Ball. The freaking simulator gave Vegas Trage Ball. The simulator's been 3 for 3 so far. Simulator has been 3 for 3, and if they don't want to pay, let's say they don't want to pay
Carter Hart
long term. If they only want to treat Carter Hart as a stopgap, then Trage Ball's not a bad pick. Trade alert! Of course, Vegas is going to trade this pick away.
Oh, they're trading it to Montreal.
I'm just trying to.
So Vegas has traded out. They still have the 28th pick.
This pick went from Dallas to Carolina to the New York Rangers to Vegas and now to Montreal.
Vegas gets the 28th pick and the 2027 third round pick.
Yeah.
Right? So, and the Canadians get this 26th pick.
Yep.
Do you think? I mean, they're definitely not going to take a goalie here. Right? Do you think they take a defenseman or a forward? I wonder if we're going to see Tommy Blyle go or Xavier Villeneuve to Montreal. Both of those guys play in the queue. Tommy Blyle played for the Wildcats, Montecron Wildcats. 13 goals, 68 assists for 81 points. And Xavier Villeneuve had 6 goals, 32 assists for 38 points.
Yep. And now I'm getting the Montreal pick updated. And I'm going to make sure that Vegas has 28. And Vegas is going to end up with 28 now, so yeah, it's like... I've got the Ottawa pick typed in its entirety.
That was the only shocker so far.
The Ottawa
I think that was a reach for Ottawa.
Yeah. I did end up going with an F. But yeah, or did I go with a D-? I don't remember if I went with a D- or an F.
I think we went with the D-.
I went with, yeah, we did go with the D minus.
Yeah.
I didn't type the Lexans logo. I did go with the D minus, but man,
Okay.
I was very close to giving that an F, but I did go with the D minus. But yeah, that's a huge reach. And for me to grade a player that lowly, it does say something because I feel like NHL and NBA are the two drafts I'm the most objective in grade wise, and I feel like I'm a little bit more subjective with my NFL content, but I'm still not to an extreme when it comes. I'm a little more subjective with my NFL grades, but I'm not subjective to an extreme.
Okay.
But yeah.
Gleb Pugachev.
Gleb Pugachev, that's another. I don't even think he's the best Russian in this draft, but he is the consensus #1 Russian.
18 years old, 6'3", 198 pounds. He played in 33 games, had 10 goals and 14 assists.
I think I had him in the 4th round. Let me look here really quickly.
Let's see where.
I think I had him in the 4th round because I don't project him as a top-line guy, but he is the consensus #1 Russian in this draft. But I project him as a second-line player, and the players that I project as second-liners, I rank much lower than the players that
he's projected as a second-round player?
Maybe I do have him. Let me see here. I think I had him in the 3rd round. I'm double-checking, Ron.
Yeah.
I'm double-checking right now to make sure where I had him. And I think I had him going to Anaheim in the 3rd round. So yeah, that is going to be that's probably he's versatile enough to play both winger positions, and I did have him as a player that could play. He did play on the top line in the KHL game I watched. I do like the tape. I'm leaning C+ here. Since I had him in the 3rd round, I'm not going to give it anything above a C, but because it's the versatility, because it's Montreal, and because they have a good track record, I'll be nice and I'll give him a C+. Which I think is more than fair.
He played in 61 games. He had, let's see, 12.
He played in the MHL for 33 games. He played in the VHL for 15 games, and he played in the KHL for 13 games.
Right. Okay, so
I think the C+ is more than fair if I've got a 3+ grade.
I agree. I like that grade on him. I mean, he's not quite a point per game player. You know what I mean? He needs to be a little bit better consistent at the NHL level. You know what I mean? He's going to have to work on making some of those plays that he's going to need to make. You know, he does got the size, 6'3", 225 pounds. But will that translate? He needs to be able to use that physicality. Is he going to be able to do that to help protect the puck or win battles in the corners and stuff like that? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that means now that
your Flyers are back on the clock.
Philadelphia Flyers are back on the clock.
And for everyone wondering, am I going to reload the simulator? I'll do that after. Because I know as soon as the 1st round ends, Ron's going to get off the call, and he'll probably go through the picks, go through the grades a little bit. But yeah, it's like, I'll do that as soon as Ron gets off the call, and then I'll probably sign off and get ready for tomorrow, because I do have some trades to update.
Yeah, man.
So it's been a fun 1st round.
I'll say, you know what? Look, this is the 2nd year in a row that you and I have been live for the draft, and I think this one went a little bit better than last year because of all of the waiting around that we had to do. I mean, we're still kind of doing a little bit of that now, but
yeah, but I think what sped it up is it's the drafts. Creating the draft simulator, I think, allowed me to speed things up.
Dude. You were able to get those picks in there right away, almost.
And I waited until the draft order was finalized. I didn't start back in July or back at the start of the next draft cycle like a lot of other content creators.
Here we go.
And if I do that and apply myself, I feel like I can get a lot more done in 2027. So, and we'll be even better next year. But we'll see. I don't want to get cocky. We got a lot of work to do. But, you know, the Canadians finally got the Canadians write-up done. Gleb Pugachev. Maxim Sokolovsky, a 3rd-line defenseman of the London Knights, but he is a 1st-line penalty killer, Ron. He is a first-line penalty killer, and my friend Brian Sweet, who's a Dallas Stars fan, he wanted Sokolovsky to be the Stars pick at 59. So that's I had him at the top of round 5, but that's because I think he's a bottom-pairing defenseman. I think that's where he caps out. But I think he can be a first- or second-line penalty killer. So even though I think he's a bottom-pairing defenseman, I think he's a really good penalty killer.
Okay.
And that's what you gotta look
for. Gosh, man. I don't even know what to say about this, man. Other than the fact that y'all traded back to get this. I mean, okay, he's 6'8" and 238 pounds, and he's 17, but
They drafted Oliver Bonk out of London. I think it's the London factory that they really like.
Okay, so Keith Jones is a London Knight guy. All right. So
Jonesy.
I mean, he played with the London Knights. He had 44 games, 2 goals, 6 assists for 8 points. He was a +10. He's committed to the University of Maine for next year. But man, like this is like completely off the reservation as far as I'm concerned.
I'm debating between. I'm not going to give. I think this deserves a higher grade than what Ottawa got, but I'm debating between C-, D+, and D. That's what I'm debating between here.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm leaning more towards the D.
And I'm kind of with you on that, but I just wanted to get some additional input before I finalize that.
I mean, let me see what it says here on his scouting report. Shockingly deep skating stance, 4-way mobility, open ice speed, has about as large a defensive range as possible, fully embraces the physical side of the game. So he is using his body to take care of things and knock guys off the puck and help to protect the puck. And, he's going to need to work on that outlet pass. He's going to need to work on, standing guys up at the blue line. He's got the size and speed and strength and everything. But, yeah, man, this is a D as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think it's a D as well because I had him at the top of round 5. There were some people that had him in round 2, but I had him at the top of round 5.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's as good as Oleksiak was coming out of Northeastern. That's the other thing.
Well, that's what their player comp is.
I was much higher on Oleksiak than I was on Sokolovsky, but yeah.
That's what their player comp was. Just based off the fact that he's got this size and the fact that he's coming from the London Knights, I'm still giving this a D.
I agree. I have a D on this as well.
I'm gonna go hot take here. I think the biggest problem in Philadelphia is Brett Flair.
Brett Flair.
He's the assistant general manager. He's the one that runs the draft for the Flyers. And frankly, the reason why Philadelphia is kind of where they are is because you haven't had but 1 or 2 players in the last 6 or 7 years in the draft pit.
Outside of the wingers that you were lucky enough to land with Martone and Michkov, you really haven't done much in the draft.
So, like I said, I mean, Martone was basically a no-brainer. You know what I mean? But they traded up for not Michkov, but for Jet Luchenko, right? And okay, he's got leadership skills and he's got speed, but he hasn't really done anything, man. Like, he was sent down to his junior team to play this year, right? And you would think, oh, hey, man, he would light it up and blah, 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 because now he's the big man on campus and everything. Nope. Did not light it up. Was not leading the league in scoring. Was not leading the league in power play points or any of that other kind of stuff, right? I mean, honestly, I think it's a bust.
Yep, I agree. I'm pulling up my NFL draft results. I want to compare the Niners round 2 grade that I gave the Stribling pick versus the Ottawa and Philadelphia pick. I want to see who has the worst grade among those
Did you ever see
three
that
teams.
movie Men in Black?
This might be some comic relief for William tomorrow. I had a D+ on Stribling, a D on Sokolowski, and a D- on Lagerber Horn. So 2 NHL teams made worse first-round picks than the Niners in round 2. So we have that for William tomorrow when he comes on.
That's pretty sad.
Well,
that's pretty sad, man. This is very disappointing.
2 NHL teams did worse than Williams Niners. That's actually sad and hilarious at the same time.
It's quite frankly very disappointing to see that you had an opportunity at 21 to pick somebody that could help the team where you need help. You don't need another defenseman. What you need is a first line center, or at least a center that can play a first line center and a center that can play a second line center. Right? And you got a defenseman.
If the Dallas Stars get a good player at 59, we can point to Ottawa and Philadelphia's assistant GMs as the reason why. I'm not saying we're going to get a good player, but Nil's track record does speak for itself, and this is a pretty big reach by the Flyers. Taking my top 5th round player, who I project as a third-line defenseman at 28, when there's a lot of other guys that could still be a number 1 or number 2 defenseman in this draft. A lot of guys.
You could have gotten... There's 5, 6, 7... You could have gotten Ruck's brother. You could have gotten Sheloff. I mean, I would have loved if they would have gotten Sheloff. Heck, I would have loved it if they'd have taken Jack Hextall.
I got Hextall a little bit lower in most sports, but
I'm with you, but y'all reached a first-round player a fifth-round player in the first round? Like, really?
Yeah. It's better than taking an undrafted player in the first round like Ottawa. I didn't have the Ottawa player getting drafted, but it's still not good.
I personally think that if this year... If there's, more and more statements that come out and say, oh, you got to have patience because, let's face it, Philadelphia got lucky this year into the playoffs. And with Buffalo climbing, with Montreal climbing, I think Boston's climbing. I think Capitals are going to be climbing. I think Philadelphia is going to be on the outside looking in again. You know what I mean? I'm just not seeing what they're doing. Now, I like what they did with goaltending and bringing in Joseph Wall. Right, I think that's going to help them drastically for sure. But
yeah, they've done enough to avoid being in the bottom 10, but I feel like they haven't done enough to stay in the top 16.
There you have it. It's another wasted year. It just feels like that, right?
Marcus Nordmark, who I had a 2nd-round grade on, I had Nordmark going to Anthony's Blackhawks at 34, but the Ducks reached for him in the first round. And Anaheim moves up 1 spot from 29 to 28 to take him. So
yeah, they took Marcus Nordstrom. Let's take a look here. He's not that horrible on the list here. 6'2", 190 pounds. He's from Sweden. He's 18 years old, right? He's got some hardware, some goals and such, right? I think he's committed though to 27. To the SHL.
I agree. The Ducks do have a good track record with Swedes, but I also think this is a reach. I'm debating between B+, B, and B-. I'm probably going to go solid B here. Maybe B- simply because Anaheim traded up a spot. Because Anaheim had 29. What did they send Vegas? What did Anaheim send Vegas to move up a spot in the draft?
I don't know. But for the under 20 team, he had 25 games, 14 goals, 24 assists for 38 points, and a plus 24. Played in 11 playoff games, 6 goals, 17 assists for 23 points, and a plus 11. Played in 8 games in the SHL, had 1 assist for that. So, I mean, He also played in the World Junior. He also played in the Olympic Rescue Cup.
1 assist in the SHL. Yeah, he's talented. I had him at 34 on my simulator.
Yeah, I would go with a solid B.
Yeah, solid B here. Not a bad pick. In addition to sweeping the Colorado Avalanche, the Vegas Golden Knights now own their first-round pick as well.
And by the way, excuse me, I was pretty much spot on. We are at 10:44, and we still have how many picks to go?
4.
4 more picks to go, right? We making it to 11. Way to go, guys! Way to get her done. You know, I would save all the accolades and all that other kind of stuff for the second day instead of doing it in the first day. And
they got rid of the GM interviews. They used to have GM interviews. I'm kind of disappointed in that decision, but I understand they wanted to.
No, because see, I thought last year that made it really uncomfortable. I really felt that those GM interviews were really not handled very well.
But I love hearing the GMs break down their thought process and why they pick certain players.
I get you on that. I mean, I would really like that, but I mean, I'm kind of understanding why they're not doing it because, you know. Oh, they Vegas got that Pipenarian guy or whatever.
Juho Piparainen, who I actually mocked at 29. So that was a player I correctly mocked. I had the right spot, Calgary, but I had him going to Did I have him going to Calgary or Carolina? I think I had, but Piparainen was this is a guy that 6'2", 204, one of the better defenders on the board. And they need a true first line defenseman. That's the reason they didn't win the cup. They didn't have Peter Angelo. They need that number one guy, literally in the worst way possible. And now they get.
And this is exactly what they need, man. He's a puck mover, right? He's able to do it under pressure. He is able to absorb puck hit, forechecking. He's also able to dish the pucks very well. He's got that first good pass, that outlet pass that you need out of your zone, right? So he's one of those good players like that. Also a two-way defenseman, not afraid to throw around 203 pounds either. So
only player I had ahead of him on my board was William Hankinson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I had 2 defenders ahead of him. I had William Hankinson and Xavier Villanueva. I had 2 defenders ahead of him, and then I had the ruck. So 1, 2, 3. So you could argue B- in terms of value, but you could also argue A- if we're only looking at strictly defensemen. So it's gonna be between there, but I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, maybe I would go with probably. I mean, it's kind of what they need as well too.
He was only a number 1 defenseman on Finland in the World Juniors. He was mainly a second, third line guy on Tamara. Right. That's why I'm leaning B.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that, Chris. That's what I was trying to get to. Is I would think B. I would think that's a good grade for him. I mean, he did have the A on his sweater.
If he plays like he did in Finland, he actually cracks Vegas's top line. It will be a steal. I'm objectively saying that and objectively acknowledging that. But at the same token, it's like right now at this point, I'd probably just give it a solid B.
Yeah, I agree. So let's see what the world said here about let's see. It'll take a long time to say brush him in. Okay, so bus.
Yep, Sokolovsky. I'm still in the process of getting the write-ups up. I got the Nordmark write-up, and now I'm going to get the Pipparainen write-up up for Vegas, because Vegas had 2 defensemen that were UFAs, and they got Pipparainen at that spot, which is really good value, but at the same token, it's like, I just don't know how translatable his skill set's going to be. But yeah, I felt like Vegas had to come away from this draft with a first-line defense. Yeah. First-line defense, a guy with potential to develop into a first-line defenseman, because they only had 4 defensemen on the contracts. So, and they get that with Pipparainen. So, I do like the pick.
Well, Calgary's pick is in. And, of course, we're going to have Lanny come out and make the pick. The best mustache on the planet.
Mario does not have the best mustache on the planet. This guy
That's what I
does.
mean, him.
Yes, him.
Jack Hextall going to Calgary. Oh! Oh, my.
I mean, Calgary, I don't think he's a first-line center. I think he can be a very good second, third-line center, but does Calgary have... who's Calgary's long-term 1C?
Well, I don't think he's going to necessarily...
They've got Connor Zary, they've got Backlund, they've got Mikhail Backlund.
Right. He may not be the 1C, Chris, but I will say this. I like him as a 2C, 6'1", 185 pounds, right-hand shot.
But there were better 1C options on the board. That's my only... And I feel like Calgary's a team that just needs a lot of help now.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I think he's going to be able to help them. 59 goals with Youngstown last year, 20 goals, 59 games, 20 goals, 38 assists for 58 points. He was a +8. I also got to watch him play at the 2026 All-American game. He was another Prospect Watch alum. I was able to get to talk to him.
I got to see him in person at the USHL Fall Classic. Trejbal wowed me there, but Hextall did not. Hextall just kind of faded in some of the games I saw.
Okay, well, from when I watched him play at Youngstown and then watching him play in the All-American game, I was really impressed with what I saw from his game. Yes, there were times where he disappeared a little bit, but the fact that he's a little bit young and still trying to, make his way through. Guess where he's going next year? Michigan State.
Yep. So
I mean, man, Michigan State is pretty stacked. I think you might see him. He's got the size. He has the speed. He needs to work on his hands a little bit. He could probably be a better skater. You know what I mean? But he gives himself those options.
There were much better centers on the board, and I feel like Calgary isn't the best fit. If he went to a team like Vegas or Colorado Colorado didn't have a first-round pick, but Vegas, a team that has a very good number 1C that he can learn under, that's where he would have thrived. Like Carolina would have been a team I probably would have looked past because I had him at 100 on our draft simulator. If he had gone to a team where he could be a really good 2C, I probably would have been more lenient with my grade. I probably would have gone A-, maybe B+. Now I'm kind of in the B-, C+ territory because I just don't think Calgary's the best fit for him. And if I've got a guy at 100 on my big board, but he's good enough to go in round 1 based off tape, based off traits, you have to take fit into account and be objective, even if you disagree with where you have the player ranked. And I think this is a bad fit. I think Carolina would have been a good fit. I think Ottawa would have been a good fit. Calgary doesn't have that true 1C. And banking on him when Marcus Ruck is still on the board is a decision I question immensely.
I kind of have to agree with you on that. As much as I love the fact that, you know, he was drafted in the first round, I'm absolutely with you on that. I think there were other centers that probably could have gone to Calgary, and I'm also going to agree with you as well, too. I like the B grade, maybe even a B minus, just because of the fact that he doesn't fit here. But maybe
I'm not. Hextall is too talented to give anything less than a C grade to. I'm acknowledging that objectively, even though he's at 100 on my board. Okay, I'm objectively saying that he's too talented. Like, if you give him a C minus grade, get the blank out of here. Get the blank out of here with that weak sauce.
I'm with you.
Okay?
I'm with you. A solid B at least.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I'm leaning B minus, but regardless, I think we're splitting hairs on
I
this
agree.
one.
I agree. You know, he's going to go play at Michigan State. I think you might see him gain and grow a little bit. You know what I mean? I have that feeling with him. I also think that going and playing in Michigan State is really going to help him develop his game so that he can transition. Because look, when you play against all-stars and you are shining in those games, that I think that translates. Okay. So watching him play in that all-star game, he shined, even though he didn't have a whole ton of points. He still had a goal or two, you know what I mean, and had some assists, and he played on a really good line. But I just really feel that I agree. I think this is a B grade for him, even though we might not think it fits in Calgary. It might fit for them for what they're looking for. You know what I mean? He might be one of those guys where, although he might not play center, he might play wing maybe. You know what I mean? It might be to see how he works.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, the kid's at least he's pert near a point per game. So you can't really fault that. That's why I'm giving him the B grade.
I'm going B minus, but regardless, I think it's the fit. I think if he had gone to a different team, this would have been a higher grade, and I'm objectively acknowledging that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, let's see here. We got the Hurricanes.
Carolina, the Stanley Cup champions, are about to make their pick. I had Hextall to Columbus at 100, but I mean, I think it just he has to go to a team with a really good center. I mean, Calgary. The fact that Calgary has Backlund, who's a short-term 1C, and then you got Zeri, who you're hoping would develop into a 1C, but the fact that Calgary's putting him on the trade block for a second-round pick, that tells you they don't think he's ever going to develop into a 1C. As good as he was in juniors, they don't think he'll ever be a 1C in the NHL. The fact that they're putting him on the trade block for only a second, that tells you all you need to know.
I'm so with you on that, man. But I'm thinking, are we going to see, could we potentially be seeing a defenseman here for Carolina? Or are we looking for offense for them? Or even could we see a goalie?
Finally caught up. But Carolina is about to announce 31. And I'll type these picks in the ticker. I'll do a lot of this other work once, because I know as soon as 32 comes, Ron's probably going to get out of here, get some shut-eye for tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
Maybe I'll send him a link to round 2, but if he sticks around, it's probably only going to be for round 2 tomorrow, because it's just the rounds 2 through 7 is so long, it's so tedious.
I'll have to let you know, Chris. I'll shoot you a text and let you know, because I have a bunch of stuff going on. Oh, they're making a trade.
Carolina's making a trade. They've made some trades with Chicago in the past. Is that who's moving up? Or Nashville?
Nashville, 42 and 57.
I like the fact that Nashville's moving up instead of Chicago. It adds some variety. And Ottawa cannot trade the next pick, so...
So now they get 3 minutes, and we're going to go past 11 o'clock now, too.
Yep.
Oh, I like what she's
So
talking
Carolina
about here with
42.
Freddie Anderson going maybe to the Panthers.
So Carolina gets 2 second-round picks, and Nashville gets a chance to move up and get their guy at 31.
Who do you think they're gonna get?
Well, they took a winger. They took a winger. They took Cullen over Tynan Lawrence at 11. I'm thinking they're going to get Shilov. We'll see. Shilov's Russian. The Nashville does tend to go for Russian players.
That's true. They also potentially go. You could potentially see that Nicholas Olsen. He might be another one. Maybe even Marcus Ruck might be one. You could also go Ignatovic as well. I don't know, man. I think Shilov is probably the better one on the board right now. Unless you get the other Ruck brother.
Yep. I'm kind of curious to see what happens here. There have been some good picks. There have been
Tommy Blyle.
Tommy Blyle, that is a great pick. That is who I had going at this exact spot, and then I moved him down a spot to because I moved Piparainen down a spot. I moved Villanueva down a spot. Tommy Blyle, but yeah, this is a guy that I thought was a late first rounder. Montcalm Wildcats. He was the quarterback on the power play for Caleb Desnoyers. So in Montcalm this year, and he's going to Michigan State.
Yes,
I believe.
He is.
I believe this.
Yes, he is. He's got 13 goals, 68 assists. That's 68 assists for 81 points, a plus 58. Okay. In the playoffs, he played 21 games, 6 goals, 22 assists, and a plus 15. This kid is just super defensively responsible. Let's take a look here what it says. Explosive puck carrier who can open up games with a single rush, manages the game well, have to become more aggressive to reach his top 4 potential. He's grayed out as a B because his physicality is light.
Yeah, he was a #1 defender on Moncton, but 6'1", 160. If he ends up on a second line instead of he's going to be a Michigan State in 2027. So next year he'll go back to Moncton for 1 more year.
They kind of compare him. His player comp is Jamie Drysdale, which that's not a horrible thing, right?
Yeah, I'm going to give Nashville an A grade. This is a much better pick than their last selection, Wyatt Cullen, but it's not an A+ grade for me.
He's one of the better players on the board, but he's a really light 6 foot for a defenseman.
I think the lightness keeps him from getting the A+.
That's where I'm going, Chris. So you're picking up what I'm putting down, man. I'm going with B on this one.
I'm going A, but not A+, but you're going B, and that's fair because the size, I think, is what keeps this from being an A+.
Right. Now, if he is able to go back to the Q next year and get that extra inch or two and maybe put on 20 pounds, if you can get that extra inch and maybe even just put on like 12 or 13 pounds, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to do 20, but if you do like 12 or 13 pounds of muscle, you know what I mean? That's not going to necessarily hinder your speed that much.
Yep. And I gave Nashville an A. So I gave Nashville an A here. And then Ottawa, they have to make this pick. They absolutely have to. And, I mean, Shelov's off the board. Blyle's off the board. Who's available in my first round still?
Shelov is there.
Yeah, the Shelov is there. Auto draft kept giving. So I think Igor Shelov's my number 1 BPA. And then I think Trejball's number 2 on my board.
Yeah.
But Ottawa took a goalie. I think Ottawa took Lucas Beckman in the 4th round last year. So I don't think they're going to pick a goalie here. They might take a goalie in the 2nd or 3rd round because Beckman did regress after getting drafted from Ottawa. But I don't think they'll pick a goalie here. I'm thinking this is going to be Pierce. Well, Pierce Mubai is going to Penn State. He's taking over for Gavin McKenna. 75 points. But I think his size is really why he's dropping, even though he's got really good tape. But yeah, it's 5'11", 158. That size.
That's tough to overcome. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. Especially if you're not blessed with it.
Exactly.
Man, you still couldn't even get it done by 11. I think we might see a few other Prospect Watch alums go tomorrow.
Yep.
We might see a Mikey Burchild go tomorrow. We might see an Alan Valentini go tomorrow. We might see a Trejball go tomorrow.
Yep. I think Adam Valentini will go tomorrow. But how far is he going to drop? Because I'm kind of curious to see what Ottawa does with this final pick. Because I feel pretty confident now that the Dallas Stars can get a good player at 59 with some of the whiffs that we've seen in the back end of this draft.
You think?
There's not a ton of whiffs, but there have been a few. Mainly Ottawa and Philadelphia. And this pick cannot be any worse than what they did at 25. And they
Jackson cover?
I had Jackson cover in the early 2nd round. I don't think it's the best player on the board, but I had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players ahead of him. So that is a C- if we're just looking at value alone.
Well,
but I do think it's.
Let me throw this. 67 games, 20 goals, 32 assists, 52 points, plus 9. Played in 5 playoff games.
He was London Knights first line left winger, and he's going to Penn State. Him and Pierce McGuire competing to be McKenna's successor, and covers the bigger of the 2 players, but McGuire put up 75 points. So that's the only objection. But
what they say about him is he grades out as an A. Man, he's got 6s across the board. He needs to work on his physicality a little bit, but he's 6'1" and 183 pounds. He can work on that.
6'2".
Honestly, I like this player. I think this is a really good selection for them. I think this is a good match for them. I'm giving this an A.
I'm going to give this. I was going to give this a C- based on value, but left winger was their biggest need, and I only had Pierce McGuire, Mathis Preston I have as a right winger, so this is an A from a need standpoint, and it's a C- from a value standpoint. So C-, C, A-, B+, C, C+, B. So that averages out to a B-. But you could argue it's an A based on the fact that he's the 2nd best left winger on the board behind Pierce McGuire. But Pierce McGuire is only 5'11", and covers 6'2", and they're both first line wingers on.
And he's a London Knight too.
Yeah.
Right. So that's another reason why I have Jackson and Cover at that ranking.
I do like Cover, but I had him in the early 2nd round. I had him at like 35 in the very early portion of the 2nd round. So this is about where he was supposed to go. But I like Pierce McGuire a little bit more on tape. That's the only.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I agree. But
so it's an A grade from a need standpoint, but it's a C- from a value standpoint. But that averages out to a B-.
Well, there you go, man.
I'm saying you can make an argument for C minus. I'm saying you can also make an argument for an A, like Ron just did. So that's why it could go either way. And I'm getting the
We could
last
meet in the middle and say B. I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I might bump it up to a B because Ottawa needs not just a third line winger, they need a fourth line winger. So you could argue on that alone that bumps it up to a B. You could argue on that alone, since they need both a third and fourth line left winger, you could argue that alone bumps it up to a B.
Wow. So we've had some really good grades and couple of swinging.
I don't think we had a single C grade, and the Ottawa and Philadelphia grades were both D and D minus. Maybe we did have 1 or 2 C grades, but
yeah, man. All in all, though, I think you would have to give the draft an A minus as far as the picks that were made. You know what I mean, and the talent that went today.
I will count really quickly here. I'll count how many A minus grades we had. One. It really began to the A's 3. We had 13 A plus grades, but 4. I'm just counting the A minus grades. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 A or A minus grades in the back end of the first round. How many do we have overall? 4, 5 in the top 5, 6. So yeah, so everybody in the top 7 except for Bjork and Cullen. So that's 7 of the that's 8 of the top, so 9 and then 8 of the top 10. Lawrence at 11 is that's number 9. And then Malt. So yeah, Columbus, so that's 10. And then the Anaheim Ducks and St. Louis Blues 11 and 12. So that's 12. That's 21 out of 32 A plus or A minus grades, and 13 A plus grades on the first round. So yeah, that's pretty good.
I'd say pretty good. Hey, Chris, thank you so very much, man, for having me on. I really appreciate you doing all this work, man. By the way, hop on over to Draft Utopia, get yourself signed up, get ready for tomorrow for the second round. Be sure to hop on over to
Simulator after all the trades, but we do have all the grades finalized. That B minus for Jackson Cover. I think I will bump this up to a B since Ottawa needs multiple left wingers. But yeah,
there you go. There you go. But like I said, man, thank you all very much for tuning in and checking us out. You can follow me on X at RNJ_media. Make sure you check out all the YouTube stuff that we're doing.
William and I will be on here tomorrow. Ron might be on, but if he's on, he'll only be on for the second round. But
right. But I'll have to let you know. I'll let you know as soon as I can, Chris.
All right.
Cool.
Well, maybe he'll come in for the last round of the draft. If he's busy tomorrow morning, maybe he'll come in around like round 4 or 5 or at the end of the draft. We'll see. We'll see what I got. I got some stuff I got going on for tomorrow, so we'll have to see what I got, but I'll let you know as soon as I can. All right. Thanks. Have a good one.
You got it, man. Thanks, everybody. Peace out.
Ron Mont of RNJ Media. He did a terrific job covering this draft with me, and I've still got a few things I got to update. Mainly stuff on the Draft Simulator. Mainly stuff on the NHL Draft Simulator, okay? Like picks in the back end of the first round. What teams traded picks. That's mainly what I'm going to be updating. Okay? That's what I'm going to be updating. And I probably do need to update the news tickers for round 1. I want to make sure I have all the write-ups typed. Yeah. We did not type Jackson Cover left wing London Knights. Yeah, so that's going to be that's going to be it for the first round. And then we're going to update the simulator with all the NHL draft trades that happened. The Bruins traded 23 to Utah, and then they traded that to Detroit for Sebastian Casa. And I'm going to go back to the NHL draft results page for round 1 because I think I forgot to delete Casa from the Red Wing write-up. And I want to double check that. I want to double check that before we... because Casa is now... Michael Postava is going to be... And they've got Trey Augustine. So, yes. That is the NHL draft. So, we're not done yet. But we are in the process of, okay, we're going to type the picks in for the first round. And then we'll update everything for tomorrow. I'll probably get some food, update that for tomorrow. Iowa kept 25. And then, was it, who was it? Was it Montreal? Montreal Canadiens moved up to 26. And then the Sharks, Anaheim moved up from 27 to 28. I don't know what they gave Vegas to move up a spot, though. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so we've updated the first round here. Let's go back to the simulator here before we sign off. Going to share this tab. Going to update the tab. Make sure all the picks are loaded on the screen. So, yeah, perfect. That is exactly how it played out. Exactly on the bleeping letter. McKenna, Malhotra, Rudolph went 4th. Smits went 5th. Number 6 went to Carrells. Carrells went number 6. Number 7, Chase Reed, Seattle Kraken. Bjork went 8th. Verhoff went 9th. Wyatt Cullen was like the first reach of this draft. I had him at 39 on the board, and he went 10th. Lawrence went to the Blues at 11th. They got a top 10 talent. Number 12 went to the Devils. They took Alexander Command. And then the Islanders took Malte Gustafsson at 13. 14 belonged to Columbus. They took him. And then Anaheim took Klepov at... And then number 16 belonged to the Blues. They took Maddox Deganay. Maddox Deganay. They were one of the Blues were one of the winners of this draft. in my honest opinion. They had a really strong draft. The LA Kings, Utah got Ethan Belchets at 17. And then at 18, the Capitals went for Oliver Savanto. '19, we saw Elton Hermanson come off the board at 19. So the Sharks are a winner of this draft. I would argue they're the biggest winner. Liam Ruck went to the Penguins at 22. At 23, the Red Wings took Hurlbear. And then at 24, the Canucks took Novotny. And then 25, Ottawa with a massive reach. They took a player outside our top 224 at 25, a massive reach. Gave it a D minus. Honestly, probably should have gave them an F, but I gave them a D minus. I was nice. And then Montreal took Gleb Pugachev. I felt like a lot of teams did reach at this in the 25 through. I felt like a lot of teams in this draft range reached. They did. Flyers took Maxime. Flyers reached as well. And then Anaheim took Nordmark. Vegas got Pipparainen. Hextall went at pick 100. Hextall was, I think if he went to a different team, I probably would have graded him higher. And then 31 went to 31 was Tommy Blale. And then at 32 we saw Jackson Cover. So that was the first round. Pick by pick on the simulator here. And I'm gonna end the stream. I really enjoyed covering this year's NHL draft. And Igor Shilov and Trey Ball. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the I'm gonna go back to this tab here. I'm basically sending images of, okay, who fell in the draft and who'd quantify. So yeah. So they lost out on McKenna, but they got the other 3. So I don't think you can complain about that. But yeah, I'm going to sign off, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back tomorrow. And for everyone saying, "Oh, you didn't update all the picks in the ticker," I updated all the picks in the simulator, and I updated all the picks in the. I updated all the picks on the site, and I updated all the picks in the simulator. Keeping track of that, the news ticker is just too much, but I enjoyed this draft, and I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. 11 a.m. for round 2. See you guys then. Peace out.